Order. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday during question period, an unacceptable hate-filled post on Twitter was the subject of several questions. The words and images in that tweet are hurtful, anti-Semitic, and completely without justification. There is no place for hate in our province. We must have zero tolerance and must always stand up against discrimination and hate. We must also be sure to not falsely accuse. When I learned about the tweet, I was horrified. I reached out to community members to share my pain and immediately instructed my office to conduct an investigation to confirm who was responsible for the post and to hold them to account. We had to ensure that the correct person was held responsible. This investigation confirmed that there was unauthorized access to the account in question. We are now satisfied that we have identified the person responsible for the tweet. I can tell the House that this person is not an employee of the province, caucus, or PC party. However, this person was a member of the party. I acted immediately and removed the individual from the party. We have also suggested to the account holder that they notify the authorities of the unauthorized access. Even though the access was unauthorized, it was made easier by the actions of a provincial employee who shared social media login information with an individual outside of government. This was also an obvious breach of trust. As a result of that breach of trust, that individual no longer works for the province. There is no place for hate in the PC party or in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Premier for his comments and for his commitment to ensure that hate speech is not allowed within the government, the caucus, or his party. That is something that certainly we all have to ensure happens in all of our caucuses and our parties, particularly when global tensions and local tensions have risen as of late as a result of terrible situations. This is a very serious situation, though. If there was a hack or a wrongful login, we all need to ensure that we've got better procedures in place. We do have a protocol manual that I tabled yesterday that I believe should be followed. And certainly with the government employee having this situation happen, I do wonder if the Privacy Commissioner has been notified. And also the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Premier, has suggested that the government itself, not just the party, was going to conduct an investigation. We certainly would like to hear what the result of the security folks are with the professional security folks within government, so that we can have first confidence in the outcome of this investigation. Certainly, I think that's important, that we can all have confidence in that, but also to ensure that all of us are working with the best procedures from a security standpoint, a cybersecurity standpoint in place in every single caucus. So certainly would like to get more details on this investigation. We certainly would like to follow up with the Deputy Premier on his commitment to have, he said the government security folks are going to be looking at this, and would also like to know if the protocols were followed with the Privacy Commissioner as well. I think these are very important questions to have answered. Thank you.
Thank you. We will begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table the annual report of 2023 for the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs.
The report is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Are there any further? I recognize the Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to table the 2023 annual report of the Standing Committee on Community Services.
The report will be tabled. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, October 18th, is Persons Day, which recognizes the 1929 Court of Appeals decision that recognized a select group of Canadian women as persons under the law. And whereas Emily Murphy, Nellie McClellan, Louise McKinney, Irene Parbley, and Henrietta Muir Edwards, known as the Famous Five, launched the legal challenge that changed the course of history for women in Canada. And whereas I am proud to add the member for Preston and the member for Pictou West to the list of first females in Nova Scotia that includes Gladys Potter, the first female MLA, Maxine Cochrane, who was the first Nova Scotia female cabinet minister, and Alexa McDonough, the first woman to lead a major recognized political party. Therefore, be it resolved, all members in the legislature honor the courage and determination of the Famous Five and all of the extraordinary women who have blazed a trail and have fought to strengthen and expand the rights of women and join in continuing to do the work that is still needed to advance women as leaders in all aspects of society. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Mi'kmaq History Month began October 1st with Treaty Day, and this year's theme of Mi'kmaq sports, traditional games, and pastimes celebrates activities passed down from generation to generation in Mi'kmaq communities, and whereas young athletes showcase their skills in the traditional Mi'kmaq sports of archery, canoe, kayak, and lacrosse this summer during the 2023 North American Indigenous Games and the Mi'kmaq Summer Games. And whereas Mi'kmaq elders and other community members also honor their ancestors by sharing knowledge of traditional games, including Waldes, where there's an opportunity to do so. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing October as Mi'kmaq History Month, and take this opportunity to learn more about Mi'kmaq sports, traditional games, and pastimes by visiting the website mi'kmaqhistorymonth.ca. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas the sport fishing industry is a significant contributor to the Nova Scotia economy, generating $70 million annually, and many anglers volunteer their time towards conservation and industry development, and whereas Larry Short has focused his passion for sport fishing through leadership roles with the Nova Scotia Salmon Association, Sackville Rivers Association, Fishing Fever Fly and Tackle Shop, and countless hours teaching young anglers like his grandson Dylan and great-grandson Braden, ironically Gaelic for salmon, the importance of conservation, and whereas Larry has served for 30 years on the Fisheries and Aquaculture Inland Fisheries Advisory Committee, bringing his candor, thoughtful advice, and insight to countless issues and topics. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in thanking Larry Short for his many contributions to sport fish management and conservation that he has helped shape the sport fishery we enjoy today. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I would like to recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to direct the members' attention to the Speaker's Gallery, where we're joined today by three very special guests. My mother-in-law, Mary, who's visiting us from British Columbia, my wife, Elizabeth, and our new baby boy, Luke. Thank you.
Welcome to the House. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request to revert back to ministerial statements and have my notice of motion read as a ministerial statement so colleagues across the floor can respond.
There is a request to revert back to ministerial statements with unanimous consent. Yes? Agreed. It is agreed. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor today to rise as a woman in my place to recognize Persons Day. 94 years ago, women were finally recognized as persons in Canada. However, it's important to recognize that this only included some, not all women. Today, I thank all the trailblazers like the famous five. They bravely fought for our rights against patriarchal systems that were never intended to include women. Although they lost many battles, they never gave up and continued until they were successful in 1929. We know there is much more work to be done, especially for marginalized women, and I know the women who will come after us in this place will carry the torch to do more for gender equity for all women. We must not lose sight on the importance of achieving gender equity. We must not forget who came before us to ensure we have a voice and a place in this House of Assembly. So thank you, Madam Speaker. You are Nova Scotia's first female Speaker of the House of Assembly. May there be many more.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this day in 1929, the efforts of five courageous women, Emily Murphy, Louise McKinney, Irene Powlby, Nellie McClung, and Henrietta Muir Edwards, led to women being recognized as legal persons in Canada, paving the way for women to be involved in all aspects of public life. While this was a milestone and an important breakthrough, we cannot forget that these rights were not won equally. Many women in Nova Scotia, particularly Mi'kmaq women, racialized women, African Nova Scotian women, and women with disabilities faced inequalities, discrimination, and barriers to participating in civic life that persists today. While Canada granted personhood to women in 1929, of course, at that time, Indigenous women could not vote. Segregated schools existed here in Nova Scotia. Canada maintained exclusionary immigration laws that specifically limited immigration by people who weren't white. It's clear that while women were considered persons, this personhood only extended, and not even fully, to white women. Today in Nova Scotia, Indigenous women are overrepresented in the correction system. Black and Indigenous children are disproportionately represented in the child welfare system. We are still waiting for proper statistics to be kept and data to be collected that represents the experiences of Black women. We are still fighting for justice. The work for gender equality and equity in Nova Scotia remains unfinished. Now more than ever, we need to put in place policies and services that help achieve justice and equality for women, girls, two-spirit, and gender-diverse people. New Democrats will continue to fight for accessible childcare, affordable housing, free prescription contraception, full reproductive rights and support services for people who experience gender-based violence. On this day, October 18th, 1929, the efforts of five courageous women led to women being recognized as legal persons in Canada. I would also like to acknowledge and recognize on this day October 18, 2023, 20 elected persons are in this House who represent their ridings and have broken barriers. In this House, we have the first woman speaker. We have the first African Nova Scotian woman cabinet minister. We have the first non-binary deputy speaker, and we've had the first African Nova Scotian deputy speaker. Our NDP caucus, as you can see, is the only party sitting that has 5 out of 6 women and non-binary members who identify as themselves here. So New Democrats will continue pushing for equality and equity for everyone, because when we lift each other up, we build a society where we can all thrive. Thank you.
Just for the record, I'd like to let the gallery and the members know that the Honourable Minister for Labour Skills and Immigration, that your statement will stand, and we have taken out as a notice of motion instead. Okay. Okay. Okay, so continuing on, are there any other government notices of motion? Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto. Oh, you guys have to move faster. I recognize the Honourable Member for Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Can I draw the gallery's attention to the East Gallery, please, where I'd like to welcome the Honourable Mayor Carolyn Bell-Regetson, Councillor Letha Haysom, and Councillor Martin Bell. Madam Speaker, the amendment to the Lunenburg Common Lands Act that I will be introducing today will enable the municipality of the District of Lunenburg to enter into conservation easement with the Nova Scotia Nature Trust. And that will ensure that the land associated with common lands on Cape LaHave Island will be protected in perpetuity in a natural and undeveloped state, protecting the species, rare species, important habitats, and natural ecosystems, not only for today, but for future generations. Madam Speaker, our guests today have been advocates for this amendment, and it has been my pleasure to work collaboratively with them to bring this to the floor, and I welcome them to the gallery today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I beg leave to introduce an act to amend Chapter 72 of the Acts of 1897, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act.
The Honourable Minister for Education begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 72 of the Acts of 1897, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act.
Bill 348, an Act to amend Chapter 72 of the Acts of 1897, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to expand the heating rebate program.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to expand the heating rebate program.
Bill 349, an Act to expand the heating rebate program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I introduce a guest in connection with the bill I'm going to present?
Please do.
I would like to direct the attention of the House to the West Gallery, where we have as a guest today Dr. Hugh Chisholm. Dr. Chisholm is providing leadership in a campaign called No Pet Left Behind, which is addressing the growing problem in residential tenancies of pet eviction. So I invite the House to make Dr. Chisholm welcome. I beg leave to present a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting pets.
Thank you. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting pets.
Bill 350, an act to amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting pets.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 135 of the Acts of 1925, the Bethel Presbyterian Church Sydney Act.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 135 of the Acts of 1925, the Bethel Presbyterian Church Sydney Act.
Bill 351, an act to amend Chapter 135 of the Acts of 1925, the Bethel Presbyterian Church Sydney Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to present a bill entitled An Act Respecting Fair Fuel Pricing.
Yeah, just The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Fair Fuel Pricing.
Bill 352, an act respecting fair fuel pricing.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. In the East Gallery today, we have joining us two of my constituents from Queens, Terry Feener and his grandson, Eric Faber. Eric is in grade 8 and has a real interest in politics. And Terry has been one of my wingmen throughout this career. I wanted to welcome you. Eric, the first time I came to the House, I sat in the exact same place you did. So I hope someday you're sitting here. Welcome.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Strengthen Nova Scotia's Social Safety Net.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Strengthen Nova Scotia's Social Safety Net.
Bill 353, an act to strengthen Nova Scotia's social safety net.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Used Vehicle Sales. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honourable member from Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Used Vehicles Sales.
Bill 354, an act respecting used vehicles sales.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Eliminate the Payment of Taxes on Tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Eliminate the Payment of Taxes on Tax.
Bill 355, an act to eliminate the payment of taxes on tax.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Are there any other introductions of bills? I recognize, no more? Okay. We will move on to notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Welfare in Canada 2022 was published in July 2023 by Maytree and the Caledonian Institute in Social Policy, and is a comparative analysis across all Canadian provincial and territorial jurisdictions of the total income levels from all government income transfer programs, including income assistance, refundable tax credits, child benefits, and supplemental assistance payments that are not automatic or recurring, referred to in aggregate as a total welfare income. And whereas the Maytree report shows that a single non-disabled individual in Nova Scotia receives a total welfare income of $9,493 a year, the second lowest in this category in all Canada, and approximately half the benefits received by those in parallel circumstances in Prince Edward Island and Quebec. While a single person with a disability in Nova Scotia receives a total annual welfare income of $12,687, also the second lowest in this category in all Canada, and approximately half the benefits received by those in parallel circumstances in Alberta or in Newfoundland and Labrador. And whereas a single parent and one child family in Nova Scotia receives a total welfare income of $21,724, which is the least adequate income from total government transfers relative to Canada's official poverty line for this household category of any province in the country. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly directs the Standing Committee on Community Services at the earliest possible opportunity to summon witnesses and provide an examination of the deep comparative disadvantage relative to the rest of Canada, experienced by those who must rely on government transfers for their income in Nova Scotia. I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is defeated. Tabled, sorry. Are there any other notices of motion? Statements by members. I recognize the honorable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my member statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, you may.
Speaker, in the Speaker's Gallery, your gallery, I have very important volunteer people that mean a lot to me here, and I want to acknowledge them today. Chief Jason Cochran of the Brooklyn Volunteer Fire Department, Deputy Chief Jamie Harvey of Windsor Fire Department, Deputy Chief Brett Titanish from the Brooklyn Fire Department, Captain Dave Mailman from Windsor Fire Department, Chief Chris Spencer, Somerville Fire Department, Deputy Chief Paul Maynard, Hansport Fire Department, Captain Jason States, Hansport Volunteer Fire Department, and Jason Butler with the West Hants Ground Search and Rescue, and Janet Cooper from West Hants Ground and Search and Rescue. And I'd ask that they stand and accept a warm welcome of the host.
The honorable member for Kings West. Oh, sorry, for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, on the night of July 21st and to July 22nd, 2023, Hants County was changed forever. A record amount of rainfall led to rising water conditions too high for waterways and roads to handle. The host department, Brooklyn Fire, immediately put out mutual aid requests and had 31 different teams from across the province respond. For 16 hours, these dedicated groups, assisted by many West Hants residents, rescued more than 100 victims from floodwaters, homes, vehicles, and even trees. I would like to commend the historic and heroic efforts of these local volunteer fire departments, Ground Search and Rescue, Canadian Mountain Rescue, and numerous other agencies, too many to list here today, because for 9 days, these volunteers tirelessly conducted a search recovery that was nothing short of extraordinary. Madam Speaker, we will never truly know how many lives were saved that night, but we are forever grateful for their dedication and for their bravery. Without their determination, we would not have been able to provide the families and the community with closure. I ask that all members join me in applauding these tremendous efforts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'd like to also thank the firefighters in the gallery for the incredible work that they've done throughout the course of the last year. I would like leave to also make an introduction as well.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by 4 women from the Tri-County Women's Centre: Trish McCourt, former Executive Director, and Shannon Wilkins, who is currently occupying that role, along with the board chairpersons Nancy D'Entremont and Tiffany Trefry. I want to congratulate these women for these leadership roles that they occupy and for the incredible work that they do in our community supporting girls and women, particularly those who are in need of service. And if you could stand and receive the warm welcome of the House, that would be greatly appreciated. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today is, today, October 18th, is Persons Day throughout Canada. It marks the day in 1929 when the historic decision to include women in the legal definition of persons was handed down by Canada's highest court of appeal. On Persons Day, the bravery and determination of the famous 5 are honored, whose landmark case helped pave the way for women to participate equally in all aspects of life across Canada. We also honor all those whose work in the years since then has expanded and strengthened those rights. The Tri-County Women's Centre, located in Yarmouth but servicing all the Tri-Counties, was established in 2002 through the efforts of Women for Community Economic Development in Southwest Nova Scotia. The Tri-County Women's Centre is a community-based organization that understands both the need to offer direct services and programs, as well as carry out community development and social advocacy as a means of achieving equality for women. Women's economic and social independence is central to women's equality, and to that end, the Centre works with all people to achieve an equitable and equal world for girls, women, and their families. Today and every day, we thank the countless women's organizations across our province for the important work that they do with the limited resources that they have. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I'd like to draw the House's attention, the members' attention, to the gallery, the West Gallery, where today we have two folks from the film industry, Shelley Bibby, who is the business agent for IATSE Local 849, and Betty Belmore, who's member at large at IATSE 849, and they are here because I'm going to honor the work of IATSE in my member statement. So please accept the warm welcome of the House. Madam Speaker, IATSE is a union representing behind-the-scenes workers in film, television, and live performance. Its members are the backbone of our arts community here in Nova Scotia. Due to the actors and writers' strikes in the U.S., film production has been affected and hundreds of crew members have been out of work for months. IATSE members know what it is to face challenging times, so when they heard of the many students at John McNeill Elementary School in Dartmouth North that they were in need of shoes and warm coats, they wanted to help. IATSE Locals 849, 680, 667, and the ADC 659 worked with Schools Plus and Operation Warm to purchase 300 coats and 192 pairs of shoes for students at John McNeill. On October 14th, the IATSE volunteers distributed them to children who would otherwise have been facing a very cold winter. That same day, IATSE Locals played the Directors Guild of Canada in a softball fundraiser for Feed Nova Scotia, reviving a tradition that had to be stopped for several years because of COVID. The game raised $545 for Feed Nova Scotia. Unfortunately, just kidding, the Directors Guild won. I would like to take this opportunity and ask the House to join me in thanking IATSE and its locals for working so hard for our amazing arts sector and also for giving back to the greater community in such a generous and meaningful way.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Darn it. I have it here. It's right here. Madam Speaker, let us acknowledge the Honourable Ranj Pillay, who grew up in the constituency of Inverness, who was sworn in as Premier of the Yukon. Ranj always provided comfort in social settings. It is no surprise that his warmth towards others has brought him to the highest position of elected offices of provincial territorial governments. His Liberal Party formed a minority government on January 14th of this year, and he has since secured a confidence and supply agreement with the NDP to ensure stability for his new government. The Yukon is in good hands, and I'm certain Ranj will prove deft in his ability to navigate success for the people of the Yukon Territory in a minority government, where there will be a need to find paths to agreement. All of his friends at Judith Craignish Consolidated School are proud of his success and happy to see him where he is today, and so are residents of the communities of Inverness and Brook Village who will remember him fondly. May he find success leading the Yukon for years to come.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They employ people from one end of the province to the other. In every little pocket of this province, they also employ people in every sector, from retail to fishing to arts and culture. It's estimated that approximately 50% of jobs that are created in Nova Scotia have been created by our small businesses. Small businesses are also at the heart of our communities. They sponsor our children's hockey jerseys and local community events. They give back to their community through donations and volunteering. The previous government made great gains in reducing red tape and regulatory burden for our small businesses, improving Nova Scotia's grade on the CFIB report card from a D to an A in just 3 years, but there's still a lot more work to do, Madam Speaker. During Small Business Week, we recognize the contributions small businesses make to our economy. I hope that all Nova Scotians will join us in thanking small business operators and entrepreneurs by supporting their local small businesses, not only during Small Business Week, but every week of the year. Thank you so much.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On August 12th, my family and I joined many community members to participate in the Jonathan Skeet Memorial Run in Whitney Pier, starting and ending at the Menla Call. Jonathan grew up in the Pier and was the first Black person from Cape Breton to become an RCMP officer and be given a post. He died of cancer in 1987 at the age of 35. To honor RCMP officer Jonathan Skeet, his fiancée Debbie Morrison, and friends Blair Best and Bradley Burke began hosting the run in his memory. Thanks to all the organizers, it was a great day for everyone. Plenty of laughs, food, and fun for all the kids. And as anyone who knows me, my community knows, I don't run, but I walk at a very brisk pace. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as it is Small Business Week, I would like to rise today to congratulate the owner of Bombish Bakery and Cafe for her new business in Digby. Located at the Conway Place Plaza, Corrine Perry celebrated her grand opening on October 15th, 2023. Bombish Bakeries offers everything from sandwiches, wraps, and local coffee to smoothies and delicious sweets. It's evident that Corrine loves what she does, otherwise she wouldn't have woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning on the grand opening to bake cupcakes for everyone who attended and gave them out for free. Corrine works extremely hard. I know that her new bakery will flourish, and I hope that the support of the entire community will make this new bakery a home. Madam Speaker, I wish all the best to Corrine in her new beginnings of being a brand new owner of Bombish Bakery and Cafe, and I encourage everyone in the surrounding area to check it out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, you may.
In the West Gallery, we have my constituency assistant, Joanne Horgan. Welcome, and thank you for everything. Madam Speaker, October is a very important month in the Tilley household. My wife and I celebrated our 30th anniversary on October 2nd. My parents celebrated on their 58th anniversary on October the 2nd. My daughter's birthday turned 28 on October the 10th. And just this past weekend, on October the 14th, we were able to celebrate her marriage to Liam Nicholson. It was an amazing day. We got to share with friends and family, and we're so proud of Emily, our daughter, and her new husband, Liam, who treats her like a queen, and she treats him like a king, and that's all a parent can ask for. So I want to wish them a wonderful congratulations and a happy and prosperous life together. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in my seat today to recognize an amazing father, grandfather, uncle, brother, community leader, and community mentor, Vincent Jones Sr. Vincent Jones was my neighbor. He lived across the street from me for many, many years, and we grew up knowing him as the community dad. He always looked out for all the young people, but in his professional role, he was in the schools as a support worker for African Nova Scotian students, and all students respected him as he was the football coach at St. Pat's High. He was immersed in community, and I know so many people in Halifax are grateful to have been inspired and touched by such an amazing person. Vince is the tall man in stature and as gentle as they come. He is kind and always smiles and gives the best advice. Vince is super approachable, and you could always be comfortable to have a chat with him about anything. If it was important to you, it was important to him, and you knew that he was listening. I just want to stand today to recognize Vince for being such an amazing person. He's made an impact on my family, and I just wanted to express my thanks for always being a father figure in our lives. I'd like all members of this House to help me thank Vincent Jones for his unwavering support. Thank you for being the voice of reason, for being there for all of us who needed a listening ear and a smile of hope. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate organizers of Curl for a Cause, a community bonspiel in support of health services at Fisherman's Memorial Hospital. Curl for a Cause has become a much-anticipated winter weekend filled with friendly competition, great food, and loud curling pants. Once again this year, the event raised a remarkable $47,000 that will be used to purchase 6 new beds for the Dr. Arthur Patterson Restorative Care Unit. Added to past totals, the event has now raised more than $831,000 over a quarter century. My most sincere thanks and appreciation to the Health Services Foundation of the South Shore and the dozens of volunteers who leave no stone uncurled for this very important cause. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of thousands of people in my constituency of Cumberland North to add my voice to theirs, calling upon this government to address the lack of inflation that is impacting so many Nova Scotians. 6 weeks ago, I developed, along with my constituents, a 5-point action plan highlighting ways this government could help Nova Scotians. These suggestions included reducing tax on fuel, indexing tax brackets, and increasing income tax basic personal exemption. Also, pressing the Bank of Canada to hold or reduce interest rates to encourage more housing construction and offer grants to those constructing a greenhouse in order to grow more local food. Madam Speaker, I encourage the government to look at all and any ways to improve affordability for all Nova Scotians so they can keep a roof over their heads and food on their tables. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Path Legal, who were recognized this fall with the Legal Impact Award as part of the 2023 Riseman Awards for Innovation and Excellence in the Legal Space, and it happened in Nashville, which is really cool. The Riseman Awards celebrate the legal industry's game changers, groundbreakers, and pioneers. Many Nova Scotians who have been incarcerated face barriers to accessing justice and advocacy that they require and deserve. The team at Path Legal, a nonprofit law firm based in Dartmouth, founded by members of Valiant Legal and the Elizabeth Fry Society, and helmed by the inimitable Emma Halpern, is interrupting this cycle by supporting people who are currently incarcerated and people who have suffered from miscarriage of justice at no cost. Please join me in congratulating Path Legal on receiving this award and in recognizing their commitment to justice for all Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, I rise in my place today to recognize the late Helen Horn of Myra. Helen was a pillar of the community who helped make our world a better place. Just last year, at the age of 94, she was on her 3rd battle with cancer, and she handcrafted pins and raised over $1,000 to help with Ukrainian relief efforts. She was a talented crafter and learned to knit from her grandmother, who learned to sew from her mother. Many people in the Myra area own a hat, scarf, or quilt from Helen, and she shared her kindness with the less fortunate. She also made 100 quilts for folks experiencing homelessness and the sea. Ms. Horn was a member of the Ladies Auxiliary at the Albert Bridge Fire Hall and a volunteer at the Riverside Elementary Lunch Program. She loved the Myra area and would often sign cards or gifts with the famous phrase, "Out on the Myra," from the song written by the talented Alistair McGilvery. Ms. Horn's spirit and love for the community is something we certainly can all admire. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this Person's Day, I recognize all women doing important work, and I'm honored to rise and speak about the Stephen Lewis Foundation, who this year will celebrate the 20th anniversary of its establishment. The mandate of the foundation is to provide care for women suffering from HIV/AIDS, to assist orphans and other children affected by AIDS, and to support grandmothers caring for orphaned children. This year, the Grandmothers to Grandmothers campaign is proud to present a commemorative quilt in honor of the foundation's anniversary. This remarkable work of textile art is the collective effort of over 300 grandmothers from across Canada and 6 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. It holds the story of what becomes possible when women gather, connect, and share their resources, creativity, and compassion. The quilt will travel across Canada and be on display at various sites in HRM during mid-October. I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking the Stephen Lewis Foundation for their 20 years of dedication to this worthy cause, and it is a beautiful quilt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. The congratulations of the House of Assembly are extended to the Bangladesh-Canada Friendship Society on the 2nd Annual Bangladesh Festival, October 14th and 15th at the Halifax Forum. Like the inaugural Bangladesh Festival in 2022 and the Bangladesh New Year Fair, this year's Bangladesh Festival brought a special spotlight to Bangladeshi heritage, language, culture, music, and cuisine, and hence to the distinct and unique contribution of the Bangladeshi community in Nova Scotia. The Bangladesh Festival is a testament to the recent growth in both size and stature of the Bangladeshi community in this province, and is a warm and multifaceted celebration of the community's development and presence in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations on your election as the Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Glenn Gilderson of Lower Sackville. On September 22nd, 23, Dr. Gilderson received the Nova Scotia Chiropractor of the Year Award from the Nova Scotia College of Chiropractors during their annual general meeting. After graduating from the Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College in Toronto, Glenn returned to his hometown of Lower Sackville and opened up Back to Health Chiropractic. This was in 2021. Glenn, along with his team, including his wife Monique, who is the clinic's osteopath, offer their patients a solution to better health without the use of medications or surgeries. Madam Speaker, I would ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Dr. Glenn Gilderson on receiving such a prestigious award and for his continued efforts to help his patients live a more vibrant life. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ryan Summers from Beachville. The legendary singer, producer, and DJ, Ryan Summers, also known as R.S. Smooth, is celebrating 2 special anniversaries. The first is 30 years on the airwaves at CKDU, the Dow campus radio station. The second anniversary marks 25 years of hosting his own show, Smooth Grooves, every Sunday evening featuring a variety of music not featured on the mainstream radio stations. Ryan always loved music, and I remember in junior high he'd be on stage pounding the music while we'd shoot some hoops until the bell rang. He first got his start with radio after discovering as a student he would volunteer at CKDU radio station. His service of volunteering opened the door and led to an offer to co-host a show that paved the way for his lifelong career. He's now a professor, teaching broadcasting in the radio, television, and journalism program at NSCC. Even though his role as a host at CKDU remains a volunteer position, the benefits over the years have led to incredible career advances, recognitions, and interviews with artists such as 50 Cent. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking and congratulating R. Smooth on his many accomplishments and for his perseverance over the years to highlight black artists in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I have a T-shirt that says, protect trans kids. I bought it at Cape and Cow Comics, which is a great small business in Sackville. The last time I wore it was at a solidarity rally with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community when protests around the country were calling for changes to education acts that would take away the rights and safety of trans, non-binary, and queer kids. Madam Speaker, I have 2 young children who are still figuring out who they are: cisgender, transgender, gender diverse, gay, straight, pan, who knows. But what I do know is that it is my job and my mama bear instinct to protect them and all kids from the things that may harm them. The sun, not getting fresh air or exercise, lack of self-love or feelings of self-worth or self-confidence. Every child, no matter who they are, deserves the rights afforded them under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. They deserve school curriculums that reflect them and respect them and keep them safe from ideas and people who don't believe they are worthy of love or safety. We in this legislature and all lawmakers must do everything in our power to protect trans kids, queer kids, two-spirited kids, all kids.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is my first opportunity to publicly congratulate on becoming Speaker of the House of Assembly. We know you'll do very well. Congratulations. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize newcomers to the Bulliedry Island community who truly brightened many community faces this past summer and made a lasting impression. The former George Harrison construction property on St. James Road in Big Bador was purchased by a young couple from British Columbia named Percy and Clary. The young couple planted seeds on the property, which developed into a beautiful field of sunflowers. Percy and Clary's dream was to develop a flower farm as well as establish an event space by renovating the old barn on the property. With a successful crop of sunflowers, they decided to have a U-pick. Using Facebook as a communication tool, the word spread far and wide, and they were up and running, selling over 9,000 sunflowers. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in welcoming Percy and Clary to our community and wish them the best in their future endeavours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the members of Team Rubicon for their outstanding assistance in Bedford following the floods of July 21st. For those who don't know, Team Rubicon serves communities by mobilizing veterans to continue their service, leveraging their skills and experience to help people prepare, respond, and recover from disasters and humanitarian crises. Here in Canada, the organization got its start during and after the wildfires in Fort McMurray, Alberta, back in 2016. It uses the talents of veterans, first responders, and to paraphrase their own words, kick-butt volunteers to help people on their worst days. The folks from Team Rubicon came to the aid of so many people in Bedford following the floods in July. They helped clean up the mess left behind, which helped people assess the work ahead. I can't say enough about the tremendous work they did on Union Street. So many people told us about their tremendous work. I would like to thank them for their dedication. It turns out that some heroes don't wear capes, they wear grey t-shirts.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On September 17th, the Terry Fox Run was held in New Waterford. Every year, Bobby O'Coin and his volunteers, including the Beck Interact Club, organize the run, walk, jog, and bike at your own pace. Bobby is deeply committed to the Terry Fox Foundation. He wastes no time in getting the word out to the community via lawn signs, social media, and other avenues. It is an event I try not to miss, and I took the entire family with me this year. It is an incredible community and family event that raises money and awareness for cancer research. Bobby is passionate about raising funds for cancer research and ending this dreadful disease that impacts so many in our communities. I want to thank him and his fantastic group of volunteers. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you. So we are about to begin orders of the day with oral questions put by members to ministers. We will just wait for the time to be 2 o'clock, and of course we will finish at 2:50. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, first let me say that the Liberal caucus does support reducing unnecessary red tape, unnecessary costs when it comes to building to ensure that we have housing being built more rapidly. But we have watched with trepidation with some of the actions that have been taken by this government, particularly in light of what's happened in Ontario, where Premier Doug Ford has unilaterally overridden local approval processes for development and given some developers preferential treatment. That has resulted in AG investigations and an RCMP investigation. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the Premier, considering that the actions that this government have taken seem very similar to what Premier Ford has taken, what guarantees can he give this House that a similar debacle will not happen here in Nova Scotia as a result of this?
The Honourable Premier.
I'd ask the member if he could maybe elaborate on how they're similar.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Where the minister was given overriding authority for local authorities when it comes to development and approvals, and where some developers were given preferential treatment. That's been listed in the AG report. There's been public coverage on that. That also has resulted in a Minister of Housing resign, and the Minister of Housing has said, former Minister Calandra, that it was a process that could not be supported. It was a process that took us off what we have been trying to do for the last number of years, which is to make it easier to build homes for people and make it more affordable. So considering what's happened in Ontario, and that similar actions are being taken here to override unilaterally local government, and create an avenue where there can be preferential treatment given to developers. Can the Premier please tell us what assurances this House will have that similar situations won't happen here in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think this is just an incredible reach by the opposition who's really kind of at odds as to what to say about the incredible work we've done on the housing file, incredible investments in housing. If the member, and I'll have to deduce, but I'll play along a little bit, if the member is referring to the Trusted Partner Program that's part of the legislation that is before this House, I would just ask the member to just read a little more carefully in the legislation, because it is the municipalities themselves that identify those trusted partners. So I just ask the member just to, stick to the issue at hand. The issue at hand is we need housing in this province. This government is taking bold action. The only thing we are concerned about is housing for Nova Scotians. The opposition can focus on character attacks. They can take their attack that they want. We're focused on Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplement.
Asking for assurances is not a character attack. Asking for proper process is not a character attack. It is our obligation to do that in this chamber, and we actually have listened to municipal governments and councillors who have said that this bill is an autocratic intrusion, a shoddily conceived backroom deal, a step back in the relationship with the province and municipalities, and should be cause for concern for everybody. And we know that the Premier does have close ties to the development community. A developer who's one of our best in Nova Scotia, incredible, is the chair of the Premier's transit, and I believe still plays a very important role in the Premier's government. Can the Premier please tell us if that individual who led his transition team, who still plays a role in the government, was the person who advised him to move forward with this policy?
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, it's incredible to see session after session the members of the opposition party attack Nova Scotians who stand up for their communities and stand up for this province. They can go after the character of myself because they can't really come in on the policies. They can attack my character. They can.
Okay. We're really going to try hard to respect one another in this House. When someone's speaking, let's listen, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's one thing to extend from me to Nova Scotians that just step up and just want good things for their province, for their families, for their kids, for the future generations. We actually want that on this side too. And I will just assure the member is I know that people come to Law Amendments Committee and they make statements. Those statements don't always translate into facts. I would just say that. What I would say to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, in terms of the legislation that is before the House, we had input from the Housing Agency, we had input from the federal government.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Despite the Minister of Education's assertion last week that every student who needs food in schools gets food in schools, we continue to hear concerns from parents and teachers about the children without enough to eat in schools across this province. A teacher from Dartmouth told us that at their school, they do everything they can to support members of the community, and that teachers and support staff, and this happens all across the province, bring in food, extra clothes, they purchase hygiene supplies. This all comes out of their own pockets to the children they can identify. Does the Premier agree with the Minister that all children in Nova Scotia have access to healthy, nutritious food in schools?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, I remember very well the exchange last week where the Leader of the NDP used unparliamentary language and refused to apologize for this House, despite being asked 5 times to apologize. I remember the exchange very well, Madam Speaker, when the Leader of the NDP had to leave the chamber because of the language that she was using and her own actions in this chamber. I remember that very well. And I also remember what precipitated that discussion. And I want to assure the member and all Nova Scotians that the work that the Minister of Education is doing to support teachers, to support children, to support families is work that I'm very proud of. There's more work to be done, of course, but I want to thank the Minister and all those teachers who step up for students, for Nova Scotians, and they do it in a way that is respectful, not like we saw in this chamber last week.
The Honourable Leader for the NDP on their second supplementary.
My question to the Premier was whether he stood behind the minister's statement that I took issue with, and I didn't get an answer, but I'll move to the next one. Last year, the Auditor General reported that some students would not eat for the entire day if the school did not provide them with food. That's a quote. Right now, if a child is going hungry at school, they have to put their hand up and ask for food. A barrier that we know prevents many hungry children from seeking help and underscores the importance of a universal program. This makes it abundantly clear that not all children who need food are getting it. Does the Premier believe that hungry children should have to ask for food in school?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and just in respect of the first part, I just want to assure the member that not only do I stand behind the Minister, I stand beside the Minister, and where necessary, I will stand in front of the Minister and to protect her and her department against the types of allegations that people sometimes make. The Minister and the department are doing incredible work to support students. There is more work to be done. Our teachers in this province go above and beyond every single day to support students. I'm not aware of any teacher or school that would have a policy that would ask a student to put their hand up and ask for food. If that's a situation happening in classrooms, then that is not acceptable. But what I would say I'm aware of is breakfast programs across this province. I'm aware of students being supported every day by teachers, and those are the teachers that I stand with.
The Honourable Leader of the NDP on their final supplementary.
The Premier stands with the Minister, but does he believe that children in Nova Scotia who need access to healthy food get it? Food bank usage across the province is rising, up 27% this year alone. 1/3 of Nova Scotians accessing food supports are children. 1/3. And the impact of this is seen daily in our schools. Another teacher told us simply that they are seeing more and more students throughout the entire school population come to school hungry. Can the Premier tell us when every child who needs food in school will actually get it?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we know the struggles that Nova Scotians and Canadians and around the world that people are feeling for sure. This is putting incredible pressures on families. That's why, as a government, we've worked to increase the Nova Scotia child benefit. We've done that in each of our last two budgets, increase that child benefit. That's why we're working to reduce the child care fees. That's why we're working to to enhance the supports available to foster families. That's why we're investing in new children's tax credits for families. Of course, there is more work to be done. Nobody in this House, nobody in any community, no Nova Scotian I know would be satisfied with a child being hungry. That's not something that we accept. We work to do the best we can, Madam Speaker, and we'll continue to do that.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I think the House will be better served when the Premier realizes that these debates in the chamber aren't about him when it comes to housing. They're about the people who cannot find a place to live in this province. They're about the folks who are experiencing the fact that housing starts are down 50% under this Premier's watch, that inflation is the highest in this province than anywhere else in the country, where rent increases are the highest here than anywhere else. And the government's response is to take unilateral control over housing development in this city. And so we have a right to question whether there's going to be conflicts of interest there, because we have seen, and I'll table this, times when there's been given preferential treatment to friends and allies of the Premier. We have a developer who is very involved in the Premier's office. Can the Premier please tell us what the involvement of that individual is, and if they are directing policy when it comes to housing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand on behalf of my colleague and just highlight some of the investments that we have made since taking over government. I mean, $83 million for 222 new units in the province, 80 accessible units, serving 522 people. This is an investment that has not been seen in this province for over 30 years, Madam Speaker. And our government is taking bold actions. That includes NHRM, but we're going to represent all of Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, I'm very concerned by this. We have legitimate questions based on what happened in Ontario, where there's an RCMP investigation, an Auditor General investigation, in relation to the province there overruling municipal local processes. We have seen favoritism by this government when it comes to friends and allies. We have a developer who, again, is an incredible person, an incredible developer, has done work in this province that every member of this chamber should be proud of. But the question is there a developer who could potentially benefit from this, directing this level of policy from the province? And the fact that the Premier is not answering this, I find that very concerning. Could the Premier please tell this House who is directing this policy, and is there any particular individual from his transition team that's doing so?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll carry on and some more highlights, Madam Speaker, to make sure Nova Scotians do get into homes. Another $13 million that we've invested to address a wait list of people that have been applying for home repairs for many years. We inherited this list, Madam Speaker. $13 million were invested in those people.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
These are simple questions that should be very simple to answer. If there's not a conflict of interest there, when it comes to individuals directing government policy who could potentially benefit from them, we should get a very direct answer in this chamber. I will give the Premier one more chance to answer that simple question. Does he believe there's anybody directing policy on this that could be in conflict of interest?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, absolutely. There's consultation taking place, and the consultation is with Nova Scotians that need their houses repaired. $7 million increase in an ISIP projects that we're going to be putting into place for the residents in Nova Scotia that we're hearing from that we need to invest to assist them into getting affordable housing, to getting repairs done on their needed housing, and moving this province forward.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, we support reducing costs to building. We support reducing unnecessary red tape. But we want this to be a fair process that's competitive and that results in houses actually being built faster and more affordable for Nova Scotians. We've seen in Ontario when this sort of overreach was brought in, it did not result in that. It resulted in a minister resigning, saying it wasn't working. It resulted in an RCMP investigation and an Auditor General investigation. At least, can we please have some assurances from this government that there's going to be processes in place that will prevent the same thing from happening here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And obviously, we are certainly interested in investing in Nova Scotians. $300 million that we've invested is...
Order. The Minister of Natural Resources has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, as I was saying, $300 million that we're investing into the housing stock. We are taking bold initiative as a government to ensure that the housing developments do take place. And we will carry on and do what we need to do as a government that was elected to stand for the people that need housing developments here in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Here's why we're asking these questions, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I received a letter from a desperate senior couple in Cape Breton. They're over 70 years old with health issues and are being rent-evicted from their home on October 31st, just 2 weeks from now. For 3 years, the couple has been on a wait list for public housing, and despite their emergency circumstances, they've been told there are 20 to 30 people ahead of them, and that the wait could be 10 to 15 years before they're placed in a home. This couple is experiencing homelessness in 2 weeks. And there are policies that this government can put in place to make sure that these sorts of rent evictions to our most vulnerable seniors don't happen. My question to the Premier, will the Premier please prevent this from happening.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And though I don't know the specifics of that case, I wouldn't be able to speak to them publicly. However, you know, without knowing the entire details, what I'd say to the member is encourage the tenants involved to file an application to the residential tenancy program. Just because a Nova Scotian is served with an eviction notice for whatever the reason doesn't mean that they are being evicted. They have every right and responsibility, or every right rather, to apply to the board to have that heard and a decision made. Madam Speaker, we passed protections in this legislature, my first sitting as minister, pertaining to rent evictions, Madam Speaker, and that's just one element that we're continuously looking to strengthen the program. Thank you very much.
Recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, this couple's letter was quite moving, and they suggested that had they been, and this is their words, you know, stray animals on the street, they'd be able to find a place to live because the SPCA would take them. And I know that is hyperbolic, but this is a sentiment that many people are feeling in Nova Scotia, that they have no place to go. They're ending up in tents. And these aren't just people that you would normally expect who are dealing with addictions and severe mental health issues. These are seniors. These are working people that are finding themselves in this situation. The government can also bring in policies that can prevent situations like this happening to vulnerable people who are experiencing homelessness, not because of any fault of their own, but because they are experiencing rent evictions. Will the minister please stand in this House today and ensure that this does not happen to this couple?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
We all know, Madam Speaker, as members in this House, of the housing crisis and the challenges that Nova Scotians are facing, and that's why we are working every single day as a government to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. And the announcements and the investments that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has done over the last number of weeks certainly demonstrates that, Madam Speaker. We understand that Nova Scotians facing an eviction notice because of renovations can cause some concern and distress for them. That's why I encourage all Nova Scotians, if they are served with a notice and they do not agree with it, to again apply to the residential tenancy program, a process that does work, Madam Speaker. We will continue working every single day under the leadership of this Premier and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to move the housing file in the right direction. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Last week, it was reported that 3/4 of the rooms on the healthcare floor of the Bridge shelter are sitting vacant. Meanwhile, there are hundreds of people experiencing chronic homelessness in Halifax, many of them with serious health issues. We know that there are staffing issues at the Bridge and across the whole healthcare system, but how is it possible that this government is allowing shelter beds to sit empty in the middle of a housing crisis?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we are in a partnership with Department of Community Services with the Bridge to support individuals experiencing homelessness who may need health care. So our portion of the Bridge is to look at those folks who need a space to get community-based health care, and so we look at the ability to prescribe periods of time where people can be sheltered in order to get that care, make sure that it's safe for both the individual receiving care as well as the person who's delivering care. So we continue to work with our partners in HRM to make sure that those spots for people requiring health care at the Bridge are used appropriately. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, that sounds excellent. That sounds great. That's exactly what we thought that part of the Bridge shelter was for, and yet 3/4 of it is sitting empty. Meanwhile, there are people on the streets with severe health problems. People who are being released from the emergency departments out into homelessness again instead of to that area. A spokesperson from Nova Scotia Health stated that, quote, on any given day there are multiple homeless community members that are identified as people that would benefit from intake on this floor, and I can table that. Despite this fact, there are already more names on the floor's wait list than there are rooms. Madam Speaker, people are awaiting surgery, people using wheelchairs are living rough in this province. How does the minister plan for all these people to be safely and appropriately housed before winter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I said, we work across departments to find solutions for individuals based on their circumstances. So the bridge is used for people who require short-term care in community who are experiencing homelessness. Unfortunately, it is not a long-term housing situation for them, but we do work with our allied healthcare professionals such as social workers and other individuals in the healthcare system to support transition to community for those that need additional support.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to read and table a request that was sent to me from individuals in the Cobequid Ballfield Gated community. We have a lovely 74-year-old woman at an encampment with 2 small dogs. She's looking for a place to call home. Her budget is $1,800 a month, everything included. Any leads would be appreciated. The Minister of Finance recently held a press conference where he proudly touted a $116 million surplus, taxpayers' money. Looking back, does the Minister of Finance think that this money would have been better served on resources and housing for Nova Scotians? And what does he say to the 74-year-old woman and others like her who are in desperate need for warm, affordable, safe housing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to empathize with anyone in this province who's having difficulty right now making ends meet, including this woman. And when people read in the paper, oh, all of a sudden there's a surplus, they're wondering, well, why did they save that money? Well, the truth is we don't know until well after the end of the year, and in this case, that was what the member is speaking about was in the summertime, back in August, I believe it was, when we closed the books in the last fiscal year, and that's only then did we know, shortly before that did we know that we were actually going into a surplus. Before that, we were actually going into a deficit because we've been spending more money on things like housing to help people like the individual the member has whose situation he has raised today.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last spring, the Carr family, who have 2 young children and live in Sackville, were wrongly evicted from their 3-bedroom apartment where they were paying $1,000 a month. The family is being evicted so that the landlord's sister can move into the duplex. But the Residential Tenancy Act only allows a landlord to turn out a tenant for an immediate family member to move in. As adults, immediate family members has to be a dependent, not a sibling. This was not caught at the hearing for the Carr family. The simple mistake in small claims court resulted in the Carr family having 5 weeks to find a new home. By the time the case can be appealed, they'll be homeless. My question to the minister responsible for the Residential Tenancy Act: in the absence of a residential tenancy enforcement unit, what tools are in place to help the Nova Scotians like the Carr family, and when will they implement a residential tenancy enforcement unit?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to the member's question, family members are limited to a landlord's spouse, a child of the landlord, or the landlord's spouse, or a parent or legal guardian of the landlord or landlord's spouse. So what I'd say to the member and all Nova Scotians, again, the program does work. If a landlord serves a tenant with an eviction notice, it does not mean that they are being evicted. In fact, when the tenant applies to the board, it stops the clock on that hearing notice until such time there is actually a hearing heard and a decision made by the tenancy officer. I can't speak to that particular case, Madam Speaker, but again, encourage all members to support their constituents, and we have a number of guides and resources through the department that we can help distribute to all MLA offices and ensure that we're getting the message out on the rights and responsibilities of tenants and landlords. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government continues to tout the senior care grant as one of the pillars to addressing poverty in our community, and many seniors are benefiting from this program, which is wonderful. In our office, we see lots of people who benefit from the seniors care grant. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there's a number this year who qualified last year, but due to the fact that they received a slight increase in their federal pensions, are now no longer qualified for the senior care grant. Madam Speaker, these individuals are struggling to pay their bills, struggling to pay heat, prescriptions, and food. My question to the minister is, I'm sure it's an oversight, but my question to the minister is, Will this government commit to increasing the threshold to the senior care grant, and will they backdate it this year so that those who have been denied can now qualify? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. So we're always mindful that when the federal government makes changes, it may impact on some of the decisions that we are making, and that's why there are a number of programs targeting seniors in the province of Nova Scotia, one of which was if you are receiving the guaranteed income supplement, you're going to get a rebate on your HST. So that helps mitigate something that the federal government implemented. The Seniors Care Grant in the first year was $500. This year it's $750. We also have the Heating Assistance Rebate Program as well as the property tax rebate for seniors. So, Madam Speaker, we are always looking for new ways to help with the affordability crisis for our seniors, and we will continue to do so along with what the federal government is doing as well. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Madam Speaker, many of these seniors are in a worse off position by receiving their slight increase from the federal CPP. They might be $300. They might have got $300. You got two people in a household, $600. They're losing out on $750. It's really tough right now, Madam Speaker, for seniors to survive. We have seniors who are getting the guaranteed income supplement, which is a form of social assistance, which tells you how bad they're struggling. They're no longer eligible. And it's a simple fix, Madam Speaker. Will this government commit to increasing the threshold, the Seniors Care Grant, so that the seniors can be looked after and thrive in our community? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. So we recognize that there are unprecedented pressures on our seniors across this province. And of course, we know that there are other challenges and other opportunities to help. So there have been changes to the housing grants in terms of being able to make renovations. One of the things that we are bringing forward is the Capable program in the province of Nova Scotia that was brought forward by a Liberal member across the aisle, and that is going to bring an RN as well as an occupational therapist into the home for 10 visits, as well as a home renovator. This is directly going to impact low-income seniors in the province, and we're going to continue to look at more targeted investments to help our most vulnerable. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we know, students are coming to Nova Scotia for the promised good education from our incredible institutions. But, Madam Speaker, students are facing incredible challenges and barriers in their ability to get this education. And the biggest barrier is housing. Students are concerned about the long-awaited student housing strategy, which would support over 55,000 students as housing pressures continue to grow. This government's answer to those students was the student housing strategy. We know that international university students are deciding to stay here for their university, after university. So is the student housing strategy actually in existence, one that could actually result in population growth for this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, member, for the question. Students are at the forefront of absolutely everything that we do. We do realize that students are facing challenging times when looking for housing. But as a government, Madam Speaker, we didn't wait. We announced 3 Nova Scotia Community College housing project right off the bat. We have one right across the harbour at our NSCC Ibney campus. We have another one at Akerley campus. And if I look in a long straight line, I see the one up in Pictou campus. So we won't wait. We'll continue to do things. We are a government of action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, and I acknowledge the growth or the housing for our community colleges, but university and student groups have been waiting for this student housing plan for 2 years, yet the government's not supporting students who are forced to drop out, live in tents, or couch surf. The answer to the crisis was a student housing strategy, but now it seems to be lost, or perhaps it never existed. So my question to the Minister of Advanced Education, if the strategy exists, why won't the government do the right thing, release it for the students who need the housing, and make this public strategy public? Put it on a website like you always say.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, member, for the follow-up question. I agree. I agree with the member opposite. The problem is not the strategy, the problem is housing. That's why we continue to make investments. I am very proud of the historic investments that this government has made in housing, in healthcare, will continue to make. We'll continue to make investments such as the $5 million that we invested in the Tartan Downs project geared towards student housing. We will continue to make investments like the $3 million we gave to the Atlantic School of Theology for their student housing projects. We'll continue to invest in short-term solutions like Happy Pad so that students and nurses and seniors can find housing where they need it. We'll continue to invest, and we do need to do more, and we will do more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Service, Nova Scotia. Too many people in Cape Breton are facing a very difficult winter. A 2019 report found that Nova Scotia had one of the highest proportions of families living in energy poverty in the country. But this government has slashed the heating assistance rebate program so that even fewer people in Cape Breton will get even less. Why is this government leaving people in Cape Breton in the cold?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and we're all very aware of the tough times that Nova Scotians are facing from one end of the province to the other, and that's why we are committed as a government to strive every single day to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. We know that there's a lot more work ahead of us, and we will continue to do that. With respect to the heating assistance rebate program, Madam Speaker, that's more than $82 million for this year alone in the heating assistance rebate program. No government had touched this program for many years in recent history. So if you look at the original program, about 49,000 eligible households could apply. And I hear the member saying I'm a liar, but I'll disagree on that. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, now this year's program...
Order. Order. The Minister for Service, Nova Scotia has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Because if you look at the original program, which we've increased the rebate, we've also increased the thresholds. The original program, there's 49,000 eligible applicants. This year, 130,000 eligible applicants. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not hear any explanation as to why this program was slashed and what is going to happen to people this winter. Madam Speaker, many, many people in Cape Breton will face the difficult choice this winter of paying their heating bill or putting food on the table. Earlier this month, we learned that so far this year, Nova Scotia Power has disconnected 2,825 residential customers from power because they were not able to pay their bills. But somehow, the minister thinks that people deserve $400 less this year to pay their heat bill. How is the minister comfortable with this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And for the record, we in fact tripled the rebate that the NDP slashed in 2009. So, Madam Speaker, we know that there's a lot more work ahead. We know that there's a number of initiatives that our government has implemented, one being the Seniors Care Grant that our government brought in has further expanded to $750, Madam Speaker. The heating assistance rebate program being one, the property tax rebate for seniors being another. And under the leadership of my honourable colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables, $140 million in energy efficiency programs to support Nova Scotians to decrease their reliance on oil, therefore decreasing their reliance on electricity and other sources, and meaning more money in their pockets at the end every month. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Peggy's Cove is an iconic Nova Scotia landmark. And the Peggy's Cove Commission has recently made a zoning decision that has their community in an uproar. Madam Speaker, the residents of the community has asked the Minister of Economic Development to please intervene in the situation and set things right. My question for the Minister of Economic Development, who has indicated that they are not willing to intervene in the situation, is why won't they intervene, and will they intervene?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. I will take a few of my precious seconds even to welcome back the honourable member to the chamber after a summer of some health problems, and to return to being my critic. I'm glad you can take a licking and keep on picking, but I do mean that with genuineness. So the situation is that the Commission was set up to be independent of government. So it is absolutely essential that I not overreach and put my thumb in that pie. We are at the final stages of a bylaw review that has had much community consultation, and I await the Commission's report on that review.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering how the minister knew my middle name was Timex. Given the fact that the minister won't intervene and doesn't want to overreach, we're currently doing that. This government is currently doing that in HRM with their current bill. So the fact that it's intervene when you want to, don't intervene when you don't want to. So given the fact that the minister won't intervene, my question to the minister is: will the minister meet with the concerned citizens of Peggy's Cove and at least hear their side of the story so she can be so that she can fully understand the situation and make her own decisions? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. The process that has been undertaken at Peggy's Cove has extended far longer than anyone would wish. It's a reflection of the fact that the legislation that exists today is antiquated. It's far out of date. And we will get to the point to updating that legislation once the bylaw review is finished. But Madam Speaker, in government, we are not enabled to ignore the legislation that exists. So I would, in regards to the comparison to our bill regarding housing development in Halifax, we are submitting legislation on that front. We are respecting current legislation for Peggy's.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the 2 years since this government took office, the housing situation in Nova Scotia has mushroomed into a full-blown crisis. A record number of young adults cannot afford to be homeowners. I'll table that. Students coming here for post-secondary cannot find affordable places to live, and some are even living in their cars. I'll table that. We have higher rental prices than Ontario. I'll table that. Mortgage payments are skyrocketing. I'll table that. And we have a record number of seniors on the housing wait list. I'll table that. And in fact, as we heard last week, some are resorting to living in tents. This government solution to the worsening housing crisis, a we know best approach, railroading other levels of government, ignoring recommendations of the housing panel, taking power away from people on the ground. To the Premier, why doesn't this government value solutions that come from outside the cabinet?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I highlighted earlier, we are taking bold actions. This is a situation that we're seeing all across our whole country, and we are investing into these. And we certainly have sympathy for all those that are in need. We have programs for those first-time home buyers, and we've invested $300 million, Madam Speaker, and we'll continue to invest where we can.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians need more than sympathy. We'll say it over and over again. They're struggling to find and maintain affordable housing. Vacancy rates are at their lowest in more than 2 decades. Rent has increased by some of the highest rates in the country, and homelessness has doubled in the last year alone. We were promised a housing strategy in the spring. It's nowhere to be found. To the Minister of Housing, or whoever's filling in for him, what will a full-fledged collaborative housing plan be? A priority of this government.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So just a few of those investments out of the $300 million. 222 new public housing units. Improvement to the down payment assistance program, so we have an opportunity. Strategic assets management to initiative include 3 pilots to add density to where public housing is already in existence. Common sense approvals for that have shaved off 6 to 9 months of the process, allowing digital submissions of planning documents, land and for housing programs, 25 properties, Madam Speaker, for opportunities. Through affordable housing development programs, invested $43 million, Madam Speaker. These are just a few of the initiatives that we have taken as government.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're hearing a lot about housing today, and the bottom line is people just are simply having a very difficult time keeping a roof over their heads and being able to put food on their tables. And one of the things that we've seen, the biggest increase is, of course, in the price of fuel, mostly driven by inflation, and of course, high fuel prices increase the price of food and just about everything else. The price of fuel in this province includes provincial motor fuel tax, federal excise tax, carbon tax, and Nova Scotians are paying tax on tax, 15% HST. This government has received a windfall, Madam Speaker, of surpluses from this high price of fuel. Can the Minister of Finance confirm the amount of tax that he has collected from tax on tax, specifically the provincial portion of HST for fiscal 2022-23?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, there is no windfall. The fuel tax is a volumetric tax. So as the price of fuel goes up, we're not making any more money off it. However, and we've noted this last week, the federal government is putting a carbon tax on fuel, trying to get people to stop buying it. And the fact is, Madam Speaker, people are driving more. If you look at July this year compared to July last year, there's even more volumes of fuel sold. And if we look on a per capita basis, it's not due to tourism, and it's not due to more people living in the province. So a couple of points here, Madam Speaker. One is that the carbon tax is not going to discourage people from driving because they have no other choice. And two, the member's assertion that the fuel tax is something we're getting windfall from is not true.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm quite surprised by the Minister's response and would encourage him to speak to the people in his department to actually look at those numbers a little more closely. Because the provincial motor fuel tax is 15 cents per litre, but HST is 15% on top of the entire price of fuel. And also, you know, we hear a lot about the carbon tax, but under the previous government, it was 1 cent per litre, and under this government, it's over 8 cents per litre. And people are paying 15% on top of that. So the government has absolutely had increased revenues from this tax on tax. It's fundamentally wrong. And I want to ask the minister again, will he commit to removing this unfair tax? HST, tax on tax, is unfair to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, when we look at HST, and if the member is suggesting that we're getting windfall in HST due to fuel sales, We have to look at the, and I had this discussion with my staff at the Department of Finance, you have to look at the broader economy because we're getting HST revenues from all kinds of sources, not just on sales of gasoline or diesel. So again, there is no windfall there, Madam Speaker. And we've been using these revenues to help Nova Scotians. Yes, we've been spending money to fix the healthcare system, to help people with housing, to help people deal with extreme weather events we've seen in this province, Madam Speaker, to help people with targeted affordability supports. All things, Madam Speaker, that we've been hearing during this very question period that we should be investing in.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister responsible for emergency management. Following July's devastating floods, the Premier committed to investigating the decentralization of our emergency alert process. The Premier stated that stakeholder meetings to discuss this would be happening in a matter of weeks. That was over 2 months ago. Lives are at stake without a properly functioning emergency alert system. Will the government act now to address this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. And coming from the emergency sector before being elected, it's certainly it's an important tool that we do have in the province, and I certainly will take this. I'll take this concern back to the minister upon his return, and certainly have that conversation to make sure we have progress on it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I thank the minister, and I look forward to hearing the minister responsible's answer later. During the recent Tantallon wildfire, it only took 11 minutes from the first 911 call for the RCMP to begin evacuating the area. However, an emergency alert wouldn't be sent for well over another hour. The HRM's Lessons Learned report noted that quote, the breakdown in communication and unclear accountability between HRM and the province had a noticeable and detrimental impact on the situation, and that emergency alerts were not disseminated properly. How will the minister ensure this doesn't happen again?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the question. And certainly, when an emergency does arise, we want to make sure that the information gets shared in a timely manner. I've heard the minister say this time and time again. I know that there's a consultation that has taken place and ongoing right now, and certainly, I think it's fair to say that Nova Scotia needs a break. And in those breaks, we need to have these conversations that we can respond to each emergency as they come to us in a better, meaningful way, and learn from our experiences and move forward. So I look forward to speaking with the minister upon his return.
I now recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West, who is attending virtually.
Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know that this province and the HRM need more development. Supply is the issue, but now the entire decision-making process for development in the HRM rests solely in the office of the Housing Minister and the Premier. The Minister of Housing was quoted saying that he will rarely use his powers, which I have tabled through email, Madam Speaker. My question to the Minister is, why give himself new powers that are supposed to expedite housing if he is not going to use them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there is bold initiatives that we are taking. We know that we need more housing stock in Nova Scotia. As a government, we recognize that. It's something that's being asked for by opposition. We are going to utilize the tools that we have at our hand. And I know there's a bill on the table that is going to be debated later on, and we'll have ample opportunity to answer these questions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you to the Minister for that answer, and I hope we get more real answers next time. Madam Speaker,
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions to ministers has expired. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on...
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I want to bring your attention to Premier's comments directed towards me during question period, which I do believe are a breach of decorum. The Premier dared me to say what I was saying outside of the chamber. That's a breach of decorum because of, one, it's insinuating that I'm misleading the House with my line of questioning. And also, and more nefariously, it is an inherent threat that I'm going to get sued if I walk out of this chamber and say something. Why else would the Premier say that? I dare you to say it outside the chamber. Because I lose my legal protection when I do that. So I'd ask you to take a look at this. This is the second time the Premier has said that to me specifically. We also want to point out that this is a government that's also put a censorship motion over a member because they didn't like what they were saying. I'm asking serious questions here. They deserve to be taken seriously with answers. I didn't get any answers today. I not only have a right to ask those questions without being told I'm misleading the House or insinuating that, without threat of legal action, I have a moral obligation to ask these questions, especially as I laid out in question period what's happening in Ontario, what's happening in Ontario, especially in, when you consider what councillors are saying in relation to the current government's actions. And again, I'm only asking questions, and there was no answers given today, and instead what I was given was a potential threat of legal action if I say what I'm saying in the chamber outside of it. And I do not think that's right. I think it's a breach of decorum, and I'd like a ruling on it, please. Thank you.
I thank the member, the leader, for that. I will be perfectly honest. I knew that there was something going back and forth, but I did not hear any comments from either one. So because of that, I will make the ruling that it's out of order. But what I will say is going forward, I do see a lot of individuals going back and forth. I can't always hear, that's for certain. So therefore, as we know, the rules here are what do I hear? So maybe we best just refrain to speak when it is our turn to speak. I recognize the leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is an ambient microphone in the House. It's above us coming out of this light fixture here. Sometimes that ambient mic does pick up things that are said that aren't on the record. I don't know if it's picked up the comments of the Premier or myself, but I would ask you to potentially review Hansard records because I have seen Hansard records where, based on the ambient mic, comments that have not been on the record have been placed in Hansard. I would ask you to review the Hansard record from today in QP. Thank you.
The Honourable Premier.
Sure. I'll save you the trouble, Madam Speaker. What I would say is words absolutely matter. And in this chamber, we do have privilege. We can say whatever we want about any member of the community, and oftentimes the opposition takes that privilege and runs with it. But with privileges come responsibility. And I understand that, and I encourage the members opposite to think about that a little bit too. But in the case of this situation, right here, Madam Speaker, I'll retract any comments I made, and we can move forward.
I thank the Premier for that, and I thank for the information that was given to me with regards to the mic that is above us. I had no idea, so thank you. A little bit of information for me. Thank you. Okay, we will now, I recognize the leader of the House Leader of the official opposition on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During question period, the minister responsible for internal services used the word liar in reference to a back and forth with the member from Bedford. I know that the word liar has been ruled as unparliamentary before in the past, and it was used when she actually didn't use the word. He referenced that she was inferring that he was a liar, which she never said, so I'd ask him to retract his comments.
Thank you for that. Actually, the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia was indicating that he thought that he was called a liar when we know that the member from Bedford Basin had actually said not true. So I'm just going to move forward from here. Thank you. Okay, I will now recognize the honorable House Leader for the official opposition on.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're going to get into opposition business for the day. So the first bill I'm going to call is Bill number 324, the Rent Supplement Threshold Reduction Act.
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the honorable House Leader for the official opposition. If it is to call bill number 324. I recognize the honorable House Leader for the official opposition.
I just with your permission, just a 1-minute recess, just so I can confer with the Speaker, just to make sure I have the bill numbers correct for here. I'm just not seeing them on my sheet here. So
we will take
just 1 minute.
A couple minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Order. I recognize the honorable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and again, thank you for just giving me a moment to get organized. I rise to my feet to honor to talk about this bill just for a few minutes, and the importance of what the Rent Supplement program meant really right across the province, and I speak now more so in a position, it's something that we used a lot in the CBRM, but now what we're seeing in the CBRM is very similar to what is happening in the HRM when it comes to the fact that we've seen explosive population growth. We've seen which has been wonderful for our community, a community that has been in decline for as long as CBRM has been at times, based on a rich industrial history, and now we're really kind of seeing a real transition and a real resurgence of energy and economic activity and quality of life at home. These programs have become even more important in the CBRM, and I know we're going to be talking a lot about municipalities as we move forward through the bills, which is going to be a very interesting debate when the time comes. But this bill, particularly for us, we need to be doing whatever we can to provide supports for Nova Scotians that are looking to put a roof over their head. And a lot of the debate in the legislature has been around exactly this: housing and affordability and the cost of living for people. So, for us, when we see changes to the Rent Supplement Act that actually make it harder for families to access, it's a huge concern for us. And I have a number of points that I'm going to make, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this bill. And to ours, the people of the province and really the government, cut rent supplements from 50% to 30% quietly in January, and we started to hear that more from our constituents. We're getting denied for rent supplements due to this government's decision. And there's been a lot of back and forth on this, about this change, and the government will defend it. But ultimately, and I'm sure the other MLAs on the island and across the province are getting the same calls that I'm getting, is that people who used to qualify for this don't anymore. And not only do they not qualify for this, but they now live in a province with the highest inflation in Canada. They live in a province with the highest rent increases in Canada. And they're seeing, as we've talked about and we've had in question period, they're seeing cuts to certain programs or ineligibility of certain programs based on a decision around CPP or a decision around this government to scale back on those programs. And that's something that I remember talking about in the House last year, saying that, you know, the government made the decision to up the limits of some of these programs to help people based on the cost. And I said that they should have kept them there, and they didn't. And now we're in a situation where, you know, as an opposition, we want to be bringing forward bills that you know, are going to help, that are tangible, that can help everyday Nova Scotians with the costs of everything, really. And this is one that the government can change. You know, this isn't one that's directed by a relationship with the federal government or the municipalities. This is a direct, you know, provincial program that many of the folks who are in government who are in opposition were heavily against. I'll also say members of the New Democratic Party too as well. But now support, and the minister has been on his feet multiple times saying that they've increased rent supplements. So he's also supported the program. So why cut it back? You know, why cut it back knowing full well all the trends that are out there that say, you know, we all hear it, people are struggling everywhere you look. Doesn't matter, you can talk about any aspect of life. Talk about your fuel, you can talk about your rent, you can talk about your mortgage, you can talk about the utility, you can talk about it all. And it's, again, you know, we've seen the government time and time again get into these public battles when it comes to the utility and power rates, and the government lost, and power rates went up. And then we had the fight on the carbon tax, and the government lost, and the carbon tax came in. We're seeing another fight with the HRM. It'll be interesting to see how that ends. I feel like there's a fight coming with the CBRM, and we're going to see how that goes. But that's going to cost the residents of the CBRM a lot of money. And again, this is something that the government, this is internal to them. This is a decision that they can make, where they can say, now we're going to support this bill, support rent supplements more, and we're going to look at, you know, increasing that threshold again, bringing it back to where it was, to give people more opportunity and more people eligible to be part of the program. And you know, I have a number of statistics here that I can talk about. And, you know, a lot of stuff that we've all been debating back and forth here in the legislature. But I'll say this: you should not have to spend over 50% of your income on rent to get support. In this cost of living crisis, it doesn't meet the basic needs of Nova Scotians. So we really are scratching our heads around the change that was made. We also know that we need more developments and supply across the province, but people should not have to choose between rent, prescriptions, and groceries. But because of this government's decision, more Nova Scotians are finding themselves in this situation. I feel like you're looking to say something, Mr. Speaker. Oh, no, you're good. Okay. All right, I was waiting. I was waiting for that red light to come on. But again, like, so I go back to what I've been saying, is that there are a lot of tools that governments will use to support people, and governments of all stripe do that. You know, I hear, you know, from the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Service Nova Scotia mentioned it today around the efficiency stuff. It's important stuff. You know what I mean? When we were in government, we expanded all of those programs that never included homes that had multiple heating sources. So that's important stuff. That transcends governments, right? Environmental policy, energy efficiency. In our time, we had the best solar program in the country. I don't know if that's still classified as that now or not, but it was a focus for us to help people save money. We looked at, you know, HARP and all these programs. These are all programs that governments look at that have been implemented well over multiple governments and all of these things. So governments ultimately make decisions on these based on the factors of the day. Right? Now we're into the worst cost of living crisis we've seen in a generation. So we never, of course, we're going to advocate not to cut any of these programs because people are really counting on them. And as my colleague from Northside Westmount indicated today in question period, like now you're starting to see these situations pop up where, okay, so the government, one level of government tries to do something to support, but it actually ends up being a net loss for people in the end. So again, like, you go to this program. This is one that 100% is controlled by the provincial government. It's been around for a while. right? You know, this is something that, as I said, multiple governments have supported. So this is kind of one where it's like, again, like the government can just make the change, Mr. Speaker, if they wanted to. And they don't need to go to Ottawa or fight with Ottawa or fight with a community or fight with the utility or what, you know, that's what they like to do a lot. I've noticed that. It doesn't matter whether you're, it doesn't matter the political stripe. I've seen that. I've seen the strategy at the municipal level and the provincial level and the federal level. And every time I see that strategy where predominantly you want to fight with people, the people lose every time. Very seldom the people win. And hey, it looks good in the newspaper, but ultimately, every one of those fights, Nova Scotians have paid more, and they're paying more in the red supplements now, and less of them are not, and less people are qualifying. So that's why this bill is so important to us. Is that, you know, and again, I have some documents I can table to Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to do it. And there's, you know, CBC reported in August that a 69-year-old was rent-evicted from a $637 a month Halifax studio apartment at the end of August. But the 69-year-old who lives on a pension will do so without the help of a rent supplement. He's one of hundreds of people who have been denied financial aid in recent months under the change that has been made to the joint provincial federal program. And I have the document here. I'm happy to table it in one moment once I have it here in front of me. But again, like these are, and again, the numbers provided recently to CBC News by the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing show that since the change, 324 applications have been denied for not meeting the new 50% threshold. So that's 324 families. And that is a concern. That's a lot of folks, right? That's a lot of families that were looking for a roof over their head that, because of that change in that program, I'm sure they're having a journey right now, and I hope everything has worked out for them okay. But when you see numbers like that, your fear is that you know, here are 324 families that could have applied for this program that now can't, and I think that number alone should, you know, say something to government that, you know, we should look at the way this program was and the criteria that was in place for people to be eligible. And I'll also reference as well, you know, this October, right before the House session, the government changed requirements for seniors, but this does not go far enough. Seniors who were denied, who would now find themselves in precarious situations, have to go through the application process again. And this will only open up supports to 100 new seniors, which we all know there are more than 100 low-income seniors in need of support. And again, like it's, you know, the government will get up and they'll say, this is why we did it, and it's fast-tracked, and it's, you know, more people are actually applying, and you know, it's making it, it's a better program, and you know, and the government's going to defend it. They're going to defend their decisions like every government does, right? But we've seen it, and the numbers say it themselves. 324 families, Mr. Speaker, 324 families were denied that would have qualified under the program if it would have stayed the same. There's seniors who, you know, it's challenging enough to, you know, make ends meet every day. You know, we hear that in our offices. Our seniors are really vulnerable in this environment, you know, based on the fact that, like, they're making real decisions between food and gas and prescriptions, and they apply for a rent supplement. And again, like this is very real in my office, and I'm sure it is everywhere else. We've had multiple situations where, because people don't qualify anymore, they've had to move in with their children. They've had to look at various options. One has even had to move away because there was just no other options, because they went through the process of applying for a rent supplement, realized that the rules changed, and then they no longer qualified. So it's like, and now we're telling seniors, you've got to reapply again. And there'll be less opportunities for seniors to get in. So it's like, I don't understand it. It's one of these things that can be fixed now. It's one of these things that we can help, you know, in a cost of living situation. It's something that also, it's all interconnected when it comes to the housing, housing in the community. So you have seniors that want to downsize, for whatever circumstance, they qualify for a program, they're able to do it, so they downsize. Then their house is available, a new family comes in. This is a big conversation in CBRM right now because we have a lot of homes with one person living in it. And it's in the hundreds. And if we could provide options to those families for affordable housing, which has been built for years, we talk about public housing and affordable housing. And I do want to recognize the fact that, there is an announcement around public housing, but there's been affordable housing built in communities across Nova Scotia for years. So there's been a couple of really good developments in Sydney that have been built over the years. But if we had more options like that, or if we had more landlords, more incentives for landlords so they could build so we could actually access these rent supplements, we would be able to really open up a lot of stock when it comes to the housing market. So with a minute left, I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to get up and say a few words on this. But again, I'll kind of leave it at this, is that, we put this bill forward because we've heard this from day one, that the changes that the government were making to the rent supplement program were going to be problematic. We were hearing it in our offices from people that thought they qualified and they didn't qualify. Then we have a cost of living crisis that comes, and then we have a housing crisis that comes, and we have a program that the criteria has changed. It's more difficult for people. The thresholds have changed, and the government should really look at this. Again, it's one of those internal tools that the government has that they can just change now, and it would help a lot of people. So to the government, I implore that help our seniors, help people that are trying to find a place to live for them and their families. I've presented some numbers. It's in the hundreds. We can help those families by changing the criteria around those rent supplement programs. And I encourage the government to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
After consultation with the clerk, and you're implying that you're moving the motion. However, you never formally moved the motion. So I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Oh, okay. I move second reading. Is that what you're looking for, Mr. Speaker? Okay. I move second reading of Bill number 324. Now I need the official. And of course, I don't have it in front of me. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I now move second reading of Bill number 324, the Rent Supplements Threshold Reduction Act.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chiboucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for an opportunity to speak to the very important operation of the Rent Supplement Program in the form of speaking to this Rent Supplement Threshold Reduction Act. And the first thing that ought to be said about this subject is that the core policy proposal that's in this Rent Supplement Threshold Reduction Act is a proposal that's exactly right. That is, the proposal to restore the eligibility requirement for receiving the supplement from paying 50% or more of a person's income on the rent to paying 30% or more of one's income, as it was before this major cutback in the program that was introduced by the government not very long ago. And we ought to really underline, as the previous speaker had pointed out, what a significant part of the population of Nova Scotia was cut out from the support of rent supplements when that change was made from 30% to 50% of one's income going to rent as the eligibility threshold. Government surely knew in a concrete way that this was going to be the case. But one of the great difficulties is that a big component of that disenfranchised population, when they made the move from 30% to 50%, is in fact seniors. And it's not hard to figure out how this works. So if you're getting OAS, GIS, and perhaps some CPP, or as is very common in Nova Scotia households, OAS, GIS, and perhaps some survivors' benefits of CPP, it is very likely that your rent will be right in the wheelhouse of this category. 35%, 40, 45, 47% of your income. Exactly the category that has been completely disenfranchised by this change. So we've heard quite a bit in recent days here about this recent Food Banks Canada report that gave Nova Scotia the F grade in poverty reduction. Now, one of the things that report in its national review of income situations emphasized about Nova Scotia is that they said, you have to understand when you're dealing with Nova Scotia that this is a province that has the highest percentage of low-income seniors anywhere in the country. That's a key defining fact of the situation. So what the government did when they moved the rent supplement threshold from 30% to 50% was take that exact category of people and plow them right between the eyes. And I think that the government's defense of this has lacked forthrightness. Over and over again, when my colleague, the member for Halifax Needham, who speaks for our caucus often on issues of housing, has challenged the fairness of cutting out those whose rents take up 30% to 50% of their income, members of the government have responded to her as though this were some kind of generosity act on their part, because in their view, as it's been explained to her, what they were doing was focusing on those who were in special situations of higher need, when in reality, what they had done was target many, many people whose financial pain was very, very real and simply cut them entirely out of the picture. So it's a bit of a lack of reality. It's a bit like yesterday here when the Minister of Service Nova Scotia, speaking about the cuts to the heating assistance rebate program, said that this is part of the government's program of responsiveness to people's needs. Come on! If you're going to make a cutback, stand up straight and say you're going to make a cutback. Don't insult people's intelligence, pour salt in their wounds by masking it as though you're doing something other than what you are. Now, I want to pause for a second, Mr. Speaker, and acknowledge, in thinking about the rent supplement program, that the government made a positive adjustment in this program last week when they ended the discriminatory practice by which the formula used for calculating people's rent supplement eligibility was a different formula according to whether you were under 58 or over 58 years of age. This was a discriminatory practice that had the effect of costing people 58 and over, very often in the area of $700 or so a year. So I want to acknowledge, while we're on the subject of the rent supplement program, that this change from last week on the government's part is a step forward, and that it is a good thing, a welcome thing, that the government has brought this entirely unjustified previous practice to an end. But there are many other things about the rent supplement program that require this same kind of attention and require this same kind of fixing. For example, the major part of the formula that determines the amount you're going to be eligible for your rent supplement is what is called the average market rent in the area that you live. But if you ever heard of anything so ridiculous, the figures that determine this so-called average market rent are taken from CMHC numbers that are well over a year old, exactly during this period of an explosive, exponential increase in rents. So a person contacted the Halifax-Chebucto constituency office just lately about this problem. He was helping a friend who wasn't particularly used to working with forms and so on apply to see if she could get a rent supplement. And he wanted to check with the staff in our office if in fact he had understood this, that the supplement that his friend could potentially get was going to be based not on her real rent, and not on the real rent that people pay in the part of the city where she lives, but on what he quite correctly called the fantasy rent of outdated CMHC numbers, which is doubly scandalous. He rightly pointed out that anyone with the most minimal computer skills can find the up-to-date CMHC data just with 2 seconds of Google and look it up. Now, this is a subject that has been written about recently, I think in a very effective way, by Dr. Catherine Leverton-Reid at CBU. She has made this case with a sound analysis and lots of evidence in a recent article in The Monitor, which I'll table. And she points out further, when we're thinking about the subject of places where the rent supplement program stands needing improvement, that in Nova Scotia, the formula to determine the amount of a person's rent supplement, it actually doesn't take in at all the cost of utilities. She points out what a significant part of a person's rent, in fact, the cost of utilities is, and how that the effect of leaving utilities out of the calculation is to skew downward the amount of rent supplement that a person actually receives. And she points out further that in the United States, this is not the case in rent supplement programs. That in the United States, rent supplement programs always factor utilities into the cost of the rent, thereby having an upward influence on the amount of rent supplement that people eligible for the program are apt to receive. In this same analysis of the rent supplement program, Dr. Levitt and Reed also points out the quite serious defect in the government's current rent supplement program, that unlike older such programs in Nova Scotia, there is in this program no inspection component. So she writes quite correctly that these are exactly her words: providing a government subsidy to a tenant living in housing needing major repairs without mechanisms to ensure that landlords address those repairs is hugely problematic. Well, that's putting it mildly, say it's hugely problematic. Because what the lack of an inspection component in the current rent supplement program, in fact, does is subsidize and incentivize landlord neglect. So these are improvements in the rent supplement program that are called for. But the mother of all the injustices in rent supplements in Nova Scotia at the moment is the one that is put front and center in this bill. And that's that the government, in the midst of the present historic rent increases, cut completely out of the picture of supplement assistance all those who had formerly qualified but who do not qualify any longer because the eligibility threshold was raised from 30% to 50% of your income being taken up with rent. This bill would fix that, and Mr. Speaker, it should be fixed. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank, and very proud of that. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to speak on how our government is taking action to address housing. We are certainly experiencing a housing crisis, and our government is making significant investments to help move seniors and families to find safe and affordable places to call home. Mr. Speaker, I also would appreciate this opportunity to really talk about some of the things that our government is doing as part of our toolbox, and rent supplements are certainly part of the toolbox that our government has in place. But after many years of neglect, Mr. Speaker, our government is taking real action, and it takes many forms, and it also takes some short-term solutions, which I will also get to. So one of those options is certainly rent supplements. The thing about rent supplements, it's something where you don't have to wait to plan a community. You don't have to wait for city planners or municipal planners to approve housing or communities or infrastructure such as water and sewer. There are already existing properties within existing buildings or people's homes that people can actually apply for these rental supplements. So they're a very important tool. They're a very important tool, such as the introduction that we had with HappyPad. HappyPad is one of those important tools where I was very proud as Minister of Advanced Education to partner with seniors in long-term care, municipal housing, in developing a program where people that have excess housing within their homes can actually offer that out in a safe way through an app called HappyPad. People that are looking for housing, such as seniors, such as students, such as people that are looking for housing and appropriate housing, can actually partner through this program. And it's a short-term program that can also be used for skilled trades workers that need to do apprenticeship training in a certain area if they have to come into Nova Scotia Community College in order to do so. So rental supplements are also, they're part of that toolbox, but an important piece for short-term solutions. So this year, Mr. Speaker, we're investing $21.6 million more in rent supplements. It's offering 8,000 rent supplements, and it goes to those who are most in need. We've recently changed the way we process applications. It prioritizes those with the most urgent needs while we continue to invest in new supply of affordable housing. And the historic investments that our government has made in recent weeks in affordable housing should be applauded. The purpose of this change is really to prioritize those with the most urgent needs. And the investment in rent supplements, it's actually doubled in the last 2 years. So the threshold to take it from 30% to 50% has allowed us to actually make it accessible to more people. So 8,000 households will be served with a rent supplement, which is up from 5,000 in 2021. So we will continue to listen, we will continue to work with the community and review the program and looking to assist as many of the most vulnerable Nova Scotians as possible. Mr. Speaker, we've also taken action to support our vulnerable seniors. So just this month, our government has made changes to the province's rent supplement program, which will expand eligibility for low-income seniors and put more money in the pockets of seniors who receive this supplement. So with this eligibility change, more than 100 low-income seniors could qualify for this supplement. I also want to remind the House members of the Seniors Care Grant. So this grant has been increased to $750 and now includes home heating as an eligible service. To qualify, Mr. Speaker, for this, Nova Scotians must be 65 years or older by March 31st, 2024, live in a home they own or rent, and have an annual household income of $37,000 or less. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, rent supplements are an important tool to Nova Scotians to afford housing. And the affordability of housing is certainly a concern for many. And the housing crisis has been brewing for some time. So there are a number of short-term solutions, and I did talk about Happy Pad and our rent supplements. At a long-term view, the solution to the housing crisis is to build more housing. And our government is fast-tracking. Our government is working hard on getting more housing. And we have a number of bills that are pointing us in that direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share some of the things that we have been doing in order to make more housing for all of Nova Scotians. So our government has increased overall housing investments from $143 million in 2021-22 to $269 million in 22-23. As part of the overall increase, Mr. Speaker, the province significantly increased investments in community housing programming sustainably to over $60 million in 2022 and 23. This comprised, Mr. Speaker, of $30.8 million for programming directed to grow and sustain the sector and $31 million to increase supply of community-based housing. Mr. Speaker, $83 million is going to build 222 new public housing units over the next 5 years and will house 522 people, including families, individuals, and low-income seniors on provincially owned land in Halifax, Cape Breton, Bridgewater, Kentville, and Truro. And this is all part of the toolbox that goes along with rent supplements. So this is in addition to the $50.7 million in new capital funding to be invested over the next 4 years to preserve and improve the public housing portfolio. Our Strategic Asset Management Initiative, which was launched to effectively manage provincially owned housing and leverage existing sites to add new units of between $80 million and $100 million a year, will help reduce financial barriers and encourage the development of new rental housing. The Executive Panel on Housing and HRM sped up the planning for the sounds like it's in the parking lot. For major residential construction projects by designating 10 special planning areas that will fast-track the construction of 23,000 housing units. Construction is already underway in some of these areas, Madam Speaker. This shaved between 6 and 9 months off both the provinces and HRM's approval processes through legislative changes that included removing the requirement for newspaper notification and reducing the notice period, allowing digital submission of planning documents and land use bylaws, shortening timelines for provincial review, improving development agreement authority, expediting development agreement approval processes, including security and deferral of bonus zoning while occupancy permits are issued. Madam Speaker, we've also changed how short-term rentals, such as Airbnbs, are regulated to help address housing availability and to create a more balanced operating environment for tourist accommodations in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, $32 million has been invested through the Sustainable Services Growth Fund in 2023 to help eligible municipalities invest in capital infrastructure for water, wastewater, accessibility, and active transportation projects that support the development of new housing to help growing communities. The Rapid Housing Initiative, it's a federal program aimed at creating new affordable housing for vulnerable populations within 18 months. The province invested $20.1 million to create over 200 deeply affordable housing units. Our Land for Housing program was launched in May 2022. To date, 25 property opportunity notices have been released and 6 proposals have been awarded, accounting for 231 units. As many as 3,000 potential future housing units could be created based on these and additional proposals received that are currently under review. Madam Speaker, through the Affordable Housing Development Program in 2022-23, the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing invested $43.4 million to fund 17 projects that will create 335 units, of which approximately 245 will be affordable. 46% are in the community housing sector. Madam Speaker, this includes $22 million to create new modular housing supply, $2 million for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and $20 million through the Housing Trust of Nova Scotia for healthcare professionals and skilled tradespeople. On September 11th of this year, the first site was announced. The former Wheelhouse Motel on the South Shore will be converted into mixed income housing for healthcare workers. The site will include 10 to 12 one-bedroom units plus 6 townhouses suitable for families. Also, Madam Speaker, launched as an innovative partnership with HappyPad, as I talked about, in June 2023 to promote companion housing to unlock some of the estimated 130,000 empty bedrooms in Nova Scotia. As of September 2023, 159 hosts had registered, and 331 renters had registered. Madam Speaker, a Minister's Panel on Pre-Apprenticeship and Trades Training was established in December of 2022 to provide recommendation on trades programming at NSCC that is needed to meet the demand of employers. Investing $400,000 to help the Nova Scotia Building Official Association support 2 cohorts of building inspectors through their new training program. This will help to bring new housing units to market faster. Our More Opportunities for Skilled Trades, our MOST program launched in June 2022, will help recruit and retrain workers. The program rebates provincial income tax to trades professionals under the age of 30. If they are employed and registered as apprentices or certified journey persons, they will not pay income tax on the first $50,000 earned. We amended the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualification Act's general regulations to update the apprentice training ratio to 2-to-1 for all trades, which creates more opportunities for apprentices. In addition, starting in June 2022, and for the next 2 years, all non-compulsory and voluntary trades in the residential construction sector will automatically be approved for a variance to a 3-to-1 ratio. For the compulsory trades, applications for ratio variance will be reviewed under the new criteria and responses will be expedited. And Madam Speaker, all of these things are part of the toolbox that will help expedite more housing. All part of the toolbox, which includes, of course, our rent supplements. So we created Nova Scotia's first supportive housing model. Community services, together with health and wellness, the Office of Addictions and Mental Health, Justice, Municipal Affairs and Housing, are working together to ensure everyone has a home that best meets their needs. A total of 398 new supportive housing units has been created since April 2022. This represents 70% of all supportive housing units in the province. Using available commercial property, together, partners converted a Dartmouth hotel into 60 new affordable housing units with harm reduction services such as counseling, peer support for people experiencing homelessness who actively use substances. The building operates under the leadership of the North End Community Healthcare and the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia with financial support from the province. This project is one of the 9 RHI projects the province has supported and referenced above. Across the province, Madam Speaker, the number of shelter beds and housing support workers has increased to help those experiencing rural homelessness. Organizations like Viola's Place Society in New Glasgow, Haven House in Truro, Beacon House in Sackville, and Open Arms in Kentville now receive annual funding for their shelter operations and support the province's prevention-focused work to help keep people housed. Additional housing supports have been established in Eastern Shore and the Valley. Madam Speaker, this is all part of the toolbox that our government is using in order to make sure that people have the homes that are safe and that are affordable. We have made historic investments, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're very pleased to move forward this piece of legislation today that would increase the eligibility for rental supplements in Nova Scotia. And the reason we're doing this is because people are really falling behind right now. And that's become very clear in anecdotally what our constituents are telling us. It's becoming very clear in polling data, where 52% of Nova Scotians think that they're falling more behind than they were last year, that they haven't got ahead. And that's in year 2 of this government's mandate. In year 2 of this government's mandate, Nova Scotia now has the highest inflation in the country. We've got the highest increase in rents. We've got power rates that are going up by 14% over 2 years. Again, the first time in 8 or 9 years that we've seen power rates escalate like that. And at that time, when Nova Scotians are struggling the most, when they're telling the government, again, in our offices and in polling data, that they're falling further and further behind, and when other data points are being found that indicate this too, including the fact that Nova Scotia is getting the highest rate of food insecurity in the country. More and more people not being able to afford proper food to put on the table for themselves, their kids, and their loved ones. When Nova Scotia is also facing extreme and rapid exponential rate of increase in homelessness. Double the amount of people who are homeless in Nova Scotia doubled since last year. And I don't think we've seen meaningful action from this government. There's been some tinkering at the edges here. There has been some movement and some programs that I think are helpful, and you have to give credit where credit's due. And that's good. And there's going to be some seniors that get a little bit more money from some programs. But the overall macro picture is very problematic. Highest inflation, highest rate of food insecurity, highest rent increases, and 14% power increases. The macro picture is very troubling for Nova Scotians right now. And we've seen some small movements with certain targeted supports. What we haven't seen is broad-based support for working families or even a plan to figure out how to deal with the fundamental issues that are affecting working families. We spoke today in question period how there are seniors that are being rent-evicted from their homes. They can't find a place to live. They're on a wait list for public housing that's 15 to 20 years. They don't know what to do. Fear is really increasing in people. Anxiety is increasing in people. And this is the government says they're going to fix health care. But again, we are not going to fix health care when people's health is getting worse in Nova Scotia. And if you talk to emergency doctors in Nova Scotia, they can tell you who's showing up in the emergency rooms. It's a lot of people that have homelessness or are concerned about where they're going to live, if they have a place or not, that are living in tents, people that don't have access to good food, and people that are financially stressed out. And again, this is impacting everybody, every single demographic, whether you talk to a senior on a fixed income, whether you talk to a young working family with kids at home, or whether you talk to a young person who's in their 20s, either coming to school here, trying to find a place to live, or trying to find a place to rent after school, or a whole generation of people that are coming up in Nova Scotia. They don't know if they'll ever be able to purchase a house. These are real fears. These are, in our housing crisis, this is a generational issue. And again, CMHC is telling us, and I think these numbers are probably higher because they don't really take into consideration the exact needs assessment of our rural communities, but that we need 70,000 units brought online, housing units, if we're even going to keep up with current demand. At the same time, the Premier is telling everybody there's going to double the population, really without a plan to actually accomplish that. When people are going homeless right now under current population pressures. And what we've seen with some of the government policy, I think, has been very troubling because it's reduced support for people during this time that is very critical and very consequential for people. They've reduced the eligibility for rental supplements. So again, for people that don't know what this is financial support for people to help them cover rent. And again, we have the highest increase in rent in the country on top of the highest inflation. And exactly what the government has done, the PC government has done that we're trying to reverse through this bill, is reduce the eligibility for these rental supplements. They've reduced it from, if you're paying up to 30% of your income in rent, to now you have to pay 50%, be paying 50% of your income in rent. And the minister, I just heard say that this has made, way more people eligible for this. I don't see how you can make that argument. There's less people that are eligible. And in fact, we know, based on the changes in this criteria, that 324 applicants to date have actually been denied. And this has been tabled, Madam Speaker. So we've got hundreds of Nova Scotians that now can't access this program, which has been so critical to them. And again, if you're paying 50% of your income in rent, you're in a lot of trouble. But you're also in a lot of trouble if you're paying 30% of your rent, because your power rates are going up, your grocery store bills are going up, gas prices are going up. Your interest rates are going up if you have any loans. All these things are accumulating on people and creating a very, very dire situation, creating a lot of stress. And again, this is impacting health outcomes for people. This government has also frozen income assistance for 2 years in a row, at a time when we have the highest inflation in the country, we have the highest increase in rents, our food prices are going up. And I've heard ministers say that they have targeted supports for these people, but I mean, the best targeted program we have is income assistance, and it's targeted based on level of income. And I believe it's been a very callous thing for this government to freeze those, on top of pulling back rental supplements, and on top of reducing the income eligibility for the heating assistance rebate program. So I think the big mistake, not only is the government reducing targeted income support for the most financially vulnerable in our province, but then they're also telling us that these cost pressures are only, and housing pressures are only a problem for those on the low income side of the spectrum. And that is not the case. All of us are hearing from young working families, from people in their 20s who are working, from seniors on fixed income. The cost of living pressures they're experiencing right now is impacting them. It's impacting a broad breadth of our population, not just those that are the most financially vulnerable. And when the government reduces the income threshold, like they've done with rental supplements, like they've done with the heating assistance rebate program, they pulled it back from a household income of $85,000 to $75,000. This creates a major pressure for the middle class, who are paying higher taxes, also paying some of the highest taxes in the country when it comes to income and sales tax and property taxes. And I think this is where the government's really missing the mark here. The cost of living pressure, the housing crisis is not only impacting the most financially vulnerable, it's impacting working people. It's impacting the middle class. And in fact, in some cases, because of the higher taxes they're paying, they're even and the bills they have to pay and the kids they're trying to feed, financial pressure can be actually building more on them. And what the government has done is remove these supports from many members of the middle class and the working class in Nova Scotia. And we certainly think that's a problem. And I mean, the government does keep bragging about some of their marquee housing moves. Happy Pad.
$1,200 a month for a bedroom.
You know, an app that people can go on to find rooms for rent. By the way, rooms that are for rent for $1,200 a month, one room. Like there isn't Kijiji or Facebook Marketplace or any other social media platform that young people are already using to rent these places or to find availability. Finally, we've got Happy Pad. I mean, really? This is to get a headline. This is not to make a difference. Very small fee increase relatively on Airbnbs. It's a cash grab that isn't going to result in any major amount of units coming back on the market. And you're taxing people that, in some cases, are creating necessary spaces for the tourism market that generates a lot of income in Nova Scotia. You know, these are not consequential moves. These are not things that will have an impact. They're catchy and they capture a headline for a day and they give ministers speaking notes that they can point to and pat themselves on the back. But I mean, let's think about it. What are these things actually going to do? I do want to commend the government on building more public housing. But it's 200 units. We've got a 5,000 person wait list. And in the meantime, pressure is mounting on public housing because, as we mentioned earlier today, we have seniors that are being rent evicted who can't get into public housing. We are not going to get these public houses built in time. I do not think that the shelters the government has announced are going to be built in time for winter. I think that's becoming very clear. I don't even know if they have a plan for that. The minister seemed confused about it when they made the announcement. There's been no real details on that, but hopefully that does pan out and we do see some shelters come in. But again, while we wait for these new builds to happen, the government does need to bring policies in place to help people in the interim who can't sit around and wait the years it's going to take to bring in more public housing, or the years it's going to take to reverse the terrible trend we've had on housing starts. Because, by the way, the other thing the government has bragged about is special planning zones in HRM. And listen, I hope that does yield some positive results on development, that we see faster growth in the housing market. We need to see that. But to date, we've seen the opposite. Since the year that the government brought that in, we've actually seen housing starts decrease by over 50%. And now the government has taken, unilateral control over HRM's planning process. And again, I will restate, we do think that we have to reduce unnecessary red tape and costs when it comes to building. I think that's the only way we're going to get more affordable and attainable homes that are market and non-market on the market as quickly as possible. But we have not seen any evidence that this is actually going to result in a change in how this works. In fact, the day after the government touted this big move, great action on housing, now you don't have to go through the city's processes, you can go right to the minister. The day after that, the minister then says, well, actually, it's going to be very rare that I intervene. I mean, this is confusing. And I think it's indicative of there actually not being a plan to address these issues in a real, meaningful, and strategic way. This is indicative and creating examples of a government that's chasing its tail on this, that's chasing headlines because they don't have a plan for this, and the pressure is mounting on them because of demand for housing and affordable housing, because of pressure that's been applied by the opposition, pressure that's now being applied by the federal government, and of course, their constituents. But we have not seen it result in anything. And here, if the government passes this bill, this is one tangible way that this government can support and have an impact on the lives of everyday working Nova Scotians. Young working families, seniors on pensions and fixed incomes. They can reverse, I think, their very damaging decision to reduce the income threshold for rental supplements. If the government moves on this, hundreds of more Nova Scotians will have access to critical financial support to help pay for their rents. Again, the highest increases in the country. We're also facing the highest levels of inflation in the country, higher than every other single province, who are facing some of the highest increases in power rates. This is actually a bill that can help those people. Again, working class Nova Scotians, single parents who are struggling to make ends meet, young couples who are trying to build a life, seniors on fixed income. This bill can provide some needed help to those folks, and I hope the government considers passing it. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam. Oh, stop. Close debate.
Sorry, if I am to recognize the Honourable House Leader, it is to close debate on second reading. The Honourable House Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to now call closed debate on Bill 324, the Rent Supplement Threshold Act, and I'd like to call for a vote.
Recorded vote.
There's been a call for a recorded vote. We will ring the bells until the whips are satisfied.
order. The clerk will now conduct a recorded vote. I ask for silence, please.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Masland.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr. Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
John White.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Keith Bain.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Irving.
Yes.
Brenda McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Dwale. Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
And Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Nays 28, yeas 19.
The motion is defeated. I recognize the House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, please call Bill number 345, Working Families Power Bill Reduction Act.
Bill number 345, Working Families Power Bill Reduction Act. I recognize the honourable member for Temberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I move second reading on the bill to Bill 345. 345. This bill I'm bringing forward in the context of the climate crisis that is omnipresent. We have a number of issues facing this province that we've talked about today around housing and affordability in general. And I think that it's really critical given we continue to see these catastrophes across the province. There has been some even since we last sat in the House, and over the last year alone, I believe there was 3 state of emergencies proclaimed in our province. The significant fires, floods, tail ends of hurricanes, post-tropical storms, the polar vortex, and can go on and on and on. So I thought it was important that we do debate a bill that has something to do with the environment and our efforts to reduce our emissions here in our province. And I think we can do that with a win-win-win. When we speak to things like efficiency,
So I'm talking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We can do that and also look at reducing power bills for people and growing jobs in a sector that's an important one in our province. This bill looks at our existing programs, and I anticipate the government will get up and list off all the great programs that have been put together over the last number of years, and our government, the governments prior to that, and efficiency does great work. We were the first province to come up with independent utility. It was my predecessor, Bill Estabrook's, brought forward the Efficiency 1, as it's known now, that does great work with lots of programs for heat pumps and things like that for Nova Scotians. And I wanted to bring this forward so we can accelerate that work. If we're going to tackle the climate crisis, we have to not only bring on renewable energy, but we have to reduce our energy demand. It's actually the most cost-effective way to reduce our emissions. And this is why I wanted to bring forward something that actually benefits people that need it the most. And I know, at least on this side of the House, we've been advocating for support. We just talked about a bill that would do that for renters. We've talked about trying to reduce income tax. Power bills seem to be one that we can have a direct impact right away, given that power bills have gone up 7% and are about to go up another 7% next year with the rate part of the power bills. And so this government is watching a 14% increase. All we're doing is trying to ease that burden since they're allowing rates to go up on the actual bills. And so this type of investment, up to $5,000 directly to people that need it the most, is something that can achieve that. The difference with this and a lot of the efficiency programs is it is an upfront grant. I know the members opposite would probably hear from their constituents, as I do, that they're waiting 6, 7, 8 months or more for rebate checks. And so those most vulnerable, trying to come up with the cash flow, liquidity, to try to pay for these really important investments, are simply going to not apply for that type of program. So this is aligned with the recent federal announcement around the switch of oil heat to heat pumps, which is eligible for a $5,000 grant. But that only applies to people that do heat with their oil heat. So this applies to any type of heating system, whether it's propane, natural gas, or electricity, and it would be combined with that $5,000. That effectively would buy you a heat pump, but a heat pump is only good enough if you can insulate your home. And so this would be eligible for insulation, and it goes even further to that and looks at all types of ways to improve your efficiency at your home. And even further to that, the health and safety of where Nova Scotians are spending much of their time, of course, at home. So things like radon systems, which are in the range of $1,000 or more to install in your home. Things like mold removal, which is actually not eligible, but you need to do that work at home before you even look at insulation improvements. So right now, a lot of the aged structures in our homes, you can't find money to spend to actually do the work required to make the air better to breathe. Carbon monoxide readers, things like that. And so I think there's an opportunity for the government to bolster the existing programs, offer another $5,000 up front that will effectively lower power bills and make the air cleaner to breathe in homes for families that make less than $79,000. Tempting to go higher than that, and I think that we should eventually for families. But I think in order to reach those that need it the most first, I thought that was a good starting point based on looking at existing programs. But I didn't really specify whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4 people in the household, because we're really trying to find ways to reach those that not just have kids, not just our seniors, but all people of all working families making less than $79,000 and making the biggest impact to the environment at the same time that I know will reduce energy bills. And that's important at this time of the year as we're getting close. We're starting heating season now, and people are seeing their heating bills go up. It's important because a lot of people are facing their mortgage renewals with inflation and the increase of interest rates that have happened over time. So this is a critical time that we help people pay for their bills, and this is a way that we can do it while reducing our envelope for greenhouse gas emissions. So that's the intent of the bill. And I hope that we get support from the members opposite, given the increasing costs that we're seeing across the board, whether it's power bills, whether it's income tax by not indexing, whether it's the HST increases on the gas, whether it's the property tax that's going to go up in HRM, especially because of the new bill that they put forward, and downloading the fees on HRM. So we've seen taxes go up, we've seen power bills go up. The cost of living is obviously a huge factor here in Nova Scotia, probably more than anywhere else in the country, certainly in the Atlantic region. Their neglect of trying to find a solution with carbon pricing. All those things together really have an impact under this government. And so this is one of the things that they can do, a modest investment. We have great organizations like Efficiency or even Clean Foundation that could administer the program and make sure that every dollar goes to families that need it the most. And this is a way that I think that we can do it best to target those that make under $79,000. So with that, I look forward to comments from members opposite.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Timberlake Prospect for demonstrating his understanding and commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I think that this bill, while it reinvents the wheel a little bit, I think is really important. I would love to see sort of a combo of existing programs and this bill, or using this bill to improve existing programs that we have to make efficiency programs and greenhouse gas reduction much more attainable for many more people in Nova Scotia. Right now, the programs that are there are good for the people who qualify for them, but as the member has said, there is a number of like the waiting months and months and months for rebate checks, that kind of thing. Upfront payments, upfront grants would be a much more sensible way to do things. But in some cases, that does happen. So the home warming program, for instance, does, like, there's no, I don't believe that a homeowner that qualifies for home warming actually ever, money never changes hands between them and the service providers, but rather the government just looks after that. And the other thing I would like to just to point out about the bill while I have it in my hand is that I do think that this idea of the mold removal is a really important one for efficiency programs, because when we're insulating homes, it doesn't make any sense to insulate over top of mold. The mold does have to be removed. There's no sense in changing out windows if the mold is still in the house. All of that has to be done, and there is no contemplation of that in any of the efficiency programs that we have right now. Carbon monoxide detectors and radon systems, I think, have a place, and there should be support for those systems in Nova Scotia. They aren't going to reduce power bills for working families, which is the title of this bill. So I would say, just in, if we're going to pick at things a little bit, I would say, yes, let's provide radon pumps, radon mitigation systems for people who need them, but it could be a separate program that's not about reducing power bills. So yeah, I'm glad to speak on this bill. I think that there's, like I said, the upfront grant idea is a good one. Currently, the home warming program has a bunch of different income thresholds depending on how many people are in the home, and I think that this idea that the member has put forward of just like making it one amount, $79,000, it makes way more sense to me. So because the fact is that the costs are the costs, and the improvements in the home and the power bills are the same no matter how many people live in the home. So I feel like that is it is a good idea to do that, and I would even say that at this point, Madam Speaker, it might not be a bad idea to look at a higher threshold than $79,000. That being said, the home warming program for people who do qualify for it pays the entire shot, not just $5,000. And in many cases, a lot of the work will cost more than $5,000 to do. But even with all of that, efficiency programs and efficiency work is the cheapest. and most effective way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I've said that a couple times this sitting already, and I will continue to say it. It doesn't make any sense not to do this work, or not to help people do this work. We know, Madam Speaker, that Nova Scotians face one of the highest rates of energy poverty in the country, and that a 14% increase to power rates will make it even harder for Nova Scotians to make ends meet. So, efficiency retrofitting is essential to help Nova Scotians afford to light and heat their homes. We know that Nova Scotians are living in older, less efficient homes, and that they will more deeply feel the impact of rising fuel and electricity costs and carbon disincentives. We need to help all Nova Scotians, especially those who are vulnerable, through the transition to renewables. Currently, the work of these efficiency programs and grants is conducted by Efficiency Nova Scotia, which does offer a variety of programs to help Nova Scotians make necessary upgrades. And so, as I said, it's not clear from this bill how it's intended to work with the existing programs, but I would say the spirit of this bill is a good one. But I do really think that the government and the Efficiency One ought to take a look at this bill and see how its programs can be improved with increased investment from the government, of course. One of the challenges facing Nova Scotians who want to make these improvements is the complex and vast landscape of the rebates and the grants and the programs offered. There's various levels of government now contributing to this work. But it's confusing how the government programs work together or work against each other, where someone can best use what program to ultimately save the most money and get the most benefit. We don't disagree that there needs to be increased funding and eligibility for efficiency upgrades, but we would hope to see work towards a more streamlined and navigatable program instead of all these, Ledge TV, piecemeal ones. We'd also like to see, we would also have liked to see this bill address the gap of efficiency programming for renters households, so rental households, who don't often, aren't able often to access the efficiency programs or make the important upgrades because they don't own where they live, and it's ultimately up to the landlord. And it's not always an incentive for a landlord to do the efficiency work. This was recently talked about at a recent Community Services Committee as the split incentive dilemma, where renters face challenges upgrading property they don't own, but landlords aren't incentivized to lower the energy bills that they're not paying. And so the loser is the renter paying high energy bills, and all Nova Scotians, because we're not reducing energy usage and therefore bringing our greenhouse gas reductions into line. It's an important consideration that needs to be addressed in ongoing discussions of efficiency programming. But, Madam Speaker, while we're on the topic of energy bills and energy poverty and the high cost of energy, I would be remiss not to mention our disappointment in the NDP with the cuts to the heating assistance rebate program. The cost of home heating oil has increased by 8% this year, and the government thinks that a reduction of 47% to the benefit is justified. Doesn't make any sense. We know that many Nova Scotians relied on that program last winter to heat their homes, and many are counting on it this year. And so while efficiency upgrades are important to long-term energy security, we know that we also need to help people now while they're waiting if they qualify for efficiency programs. In addition to strengthening efficiency programming, we would urge the government and the opposition members to look at additional ways to help lower power bills. I understand that after an 18-month delay, the government has finally begun work into low-income power rates, and that is welcome news. It's imperative that this work continue and not face any further delays. In the meantime, there's enabling legislation currently on the order paper that would allow the Utility Review Board to consider these kinds of rates. So, we're beginning the work. All one needs to do is look at the order paper, Madam Speaker, and see that there's a bill that basically could enact that. We also think it's important to look into the ownership structure of the province's electrical utility, especially the grid components. The province's new renewable energy plan involves important investments into a grid that we don't even own. After the Conservative government sold off the public utility, our province has been at the mercy of the monopoly that is Nova Scotia Power, and it's time to consider a better deal for Nova Scotians. We know that Nova Scotians are struggling with rising costs across the board, and energy costs are no exception. In fact, I would say that in some cases it is the highest cost aside from rent for many, many Nova Scotian households, rent or mortgage. So we're glad to be having this important discussion, and we look forward to continuing the work towards an equitable and sustainable energy future. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and this most certainly is my first time to congratulate you on your new position, and I know you'll do a great job. We'll all be very proud of you. So it's my honor actually to get an opportunity today to stand and speak on this bill 345, referred to, I guess, as investments in clean, affordable energy. And I will agree with two things that my opposition colleagues said. They said I would get up and list all the great things we've done, and we have done a lot of great things, and we're very proud of them, and I will most certainly go through that list. And the other thing is, you know, that it is a lot of different federal, provincial programs, and sometimes it's hard to understand and navigate through them. I agree with those kind of things, but I got to tell you, so when I look at this bill, and it is kind of, I guess maybe it's one page of aspirational thoughts, but you know, it's to me, it's a kind of a list of kind of coulda, shoulda, woulda kind of done, sort of. I guess is the way for me to look at that. But so I really want to point to where we are as a government. And where, you know, we have a plan, you know, we have a long-term plan to get to clean, we call it the Clean Energy Plan 2030. It's a clear path to get us to green, affordable energy, to 80% clean, affordable energy by 2030. So very proud of it, and I'm going to run through that list of things that we've accomplished in our short time in government here. So as we work towards our climate change goals, we're committed to protecting taxpayers, ratepayers. We're making sure they have clean, reliable, and affordable electricity. And Nova Scotia is a leader in energy efficiency programming. Madam Speaker, each year we invest more than $60 million in our core energy efficiency program. $60 million a year in core energy efficiency programs. These programs create jobs, help families save money, and reduce emissions through energy efficiency. Madam Speaker, heating oil accounts for 50% of Nova Scotia's space heating energy, the highest in Canada. And we want to change that. And additionally, Madam Speaker, rural Nova Scotia carries a heavier burden because of the traditional older stock homes. They're not always as energy efficient. And so heating and predominantly heating with oil, they don't have the opportunity for natural gas and that sort of thing. So we carry a heavier burden again. And so I just have to, this is the part that I most wanted to comment about. And and of course, it is the impact that the carbon tax has had on rural Nova Scotians. Now, the people across the aisle will do what they've done for the last 6 or 8 or 10 months as we sit in committees and talk about these things. They will say, oh yeah, you guys, all you talk about is carbon tax. Well, the impact that the carbon tax has had on our rural residents, in my view, makes these what I call, you know, aspirational ideas or whatever, pale in comparison to what the damage that's done. The challenges that the federal carbon tax has created for rural residents is unbelievable. So I think it's a bit whatever. I'll leave it at that. But anyway, our investments, and I speak to this as investments, and that's what we have again, a long-term goal, Madam Speaker. But our investments are helping fight climate change while also reducing people's energy costs. In December, we announced new funding to help Nova Scotians move away from oil heat faster. We invested $140 million for energy efficiency programs, $140 million. Then leveraged another $145.5 million from our federal counterparts. Madam Speaker, that means free heat pumps and other upgrades for low-income households. It means extra financial support for middle-income households to make upgrades, and these investments will help over 13,500 low-income and 30,000 middle-income households in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, we do a great deal of this work, and with incredibly dedicated partners like Efficiency Nova Scotia.
Order. There's a little bit of chatter in the chamber. I'd like us to just have a little bit more to go. So I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
We do a great deal of this work with incredibly dedicated partners like Efficiency Nova Scotia, one of the best efficiency organizations in Canada. Madam Speaker, through legislation last fall, we strengthened their ability to help Nova Scotians move off oil and reduce their energy bills. Our investments have real impacts. For example, they have provided deep energy retrofits for 1,350 Mi'kmaq homes and 2,800 public housing units. Madam Speaker, we've helped people save more than $100 million a year on energy bills, $100 million a year in savings on energy bills. We've helped more than 23,000 low-income Nova Scotians get free home assessments and energy efficiency upgrades since 2007, and we've reduced electricity demand by 12%. 12%. We've helped avoid more than 1 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year. So, Madam Speaker, like I say, we have a long-term plan. We've done the work. Our ministers have done the work. And we'll start with some of the programs, Madam Speaker, that we have. People can apply to programs through Efficiency Nova Scotia website. And if you're not sure which programs are for you, you can call them at 1-800 number, and they'll help. They're there to figure things out for you. The home warming program provides energy retrofits at no cost to low-income households, and our latest funding includes free heat pumps and any electrical panel upgrades needed to install them. Again, a plan. Madam Speaker, our home energy asset program. The home energy asset program provides up to $5,000 in incentives for home energy retrofits. 5,000, that's a common number. Our latest funding doubles that amount for middle-income households, bringing it up to $10,000. Mi'kmaq Home Efficiency, the Mi'kmaq Home Energy Efficiency Program, Madam Speaker, in partnership with the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs, we are delivering the Mi'kmaq Home Energy Efficiency Program. This program is a $26 million provincial and federal investment reaching 13 First Nation communities in Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. It provides deep energy retrofits to all homes in these communities. In phase one, about 1,200 homes were upgraded with $14 million. In phase two, Madam Speaker, another $12 million will allow upgrades for 1,000 more homes. We're now up to 1,350 homes in these communities completed so far. And the province is also funding energy advisory and contractor training for Mi'kmaq community members to join the clean energy force, Madam Speaker. Qualified contractors of the Mi'kmaq communities are hired to install upgrades whenever possible. So, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about our affordable multifamily housing program. Affordable multifamily housing covers up to 80% of energy efficiency projects. The program is for multi-unit residential rental properties and co-ops that offer long-term affordable rent. It also opens to facilities that help low-income and disadvantaged Nova Scotians, such as shelters, food banks, and health centres. Madam Speaker, we have the Green Heat program. Green Heat provides rebates on residential space and water heating equipment, and it helps things like high-efficiency heat pumps, biomass, and thermal systems. Efficient product installation and service. The efficient product installation and service provides homeowners, landowners, and renters with free installation of energy-efficient products, no cost. Products like LED lighting, smart thermostats, and hot water tank and pipe installation. Households can save up to $240 a year, Madam Speaker. Small business energy solutions. Small business energy solutions is for small businesses, nonprofits, and institutional customers. It provides support for informed decisions about energy efficiency upgrades and rebates to overcome financial barriers to making them. Home heating plan. The Home Heating Assistant Rebate Program, Madam Speaker, provides direct rebate to income qualified households, and the program opens again October 2023. Seniors Care Grant. The Seniors Care Grant offers a one-time home heating grant of $250, Madam Speaker, and it's accepting applications until March the 31st of 2024. The green energy. All of our efficiency programs support the local green workforce. That includes heat pump installers, lighting specialists, solar PV installers, and builders. There are more than 2,600 Nova Scotians currently working in energy efficiency industry. These are good paying jobs, many in rural areas. With that, Madam Speaker, I'll take my seat, but I just want to reiterate that I'm very proud of the work that we've done in the past 2 years. Sure, there will be things to critique on it, but we have worked hard. Our ministers have done a great job. We have a plan, and an affordable plan to get us to clean, green energy at 80% by 2030. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to take only a few minutes to respond to this bill. And actually, I was going to forgo my time, but the member opposite inspired me to come on and say a few things on the record. I find it laughable, Madam Speaker, that this side of the House is accused of always talking about the carbon tax when it's members of the government and the caucus who constantly remind everybody that the carbon tax is what is the cause of all ills in this world. Everything that anybody discusses is blamed on that one particular federal policy. But what the government forgets is that they are the government, and it is their job, their role, to implement relief, and their role to implement programs and to help offset some of the problems that Nova Scotians are facing. And the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are struggling. They are struggling with the cost of absolutely everything. They are struggling. Those who are fortunate enough to have a home over their head, a roof over their head, are questioning how they are going to pay their bills, how they are going to heat their homes, how they are going to pay for groceries. And nobody on this side of the House, in response to this particular bill, discredited any of the programs that are being offered. They're all wonderful programs, and we applaud the partners, the stakeholders who help facilitate those programs. But what this particular bill does is address some of the issues that Nova Scotians are facing when it comes to accessing those programs, some of the backlog that needs to be addressed so that rebates can happen, refunds can happen, so that more money is coming into people's pockets to help alleviate some of these costs, to give them incentives to look at different alternative heating sources, different alternative energy sources for their homes. This is an addition to that. It is not a criticism of anything else that is happening. It also touches a group of people that are normally overlooked. And those are people who don't have children, who aren't seniors, who are one-income households that are, again, maybe they should sell their house, but if they sold their house, where are they going to move? Because there's definitely nowhere for them to rent. So this is a piece to that. This is looking at a portion of the population that is often overlooked. And there are no actual programs at the moment that are there to help that group. Again, most of the opposition bills that come up aren't meant to be critical of how government is running. It's meant to offset, it's meant to collaborate, it's meant to give ideas. It's not meant to point fingers. It's not meant to exacerbate solutions. And maybe I'm naive, and even after like a decade of being here, I still like to think that maybe, we can listen to each other and we can find ways because I still believe that everybody puts their name on a ballot in order to help those people in their community that elect them, and even those who don't elect them, but they still have to represent after Election Day. And what we're trying to say on this side is that there are Nova Scotians that are feeling that they have been overlooked or that they are forgotten about. And this piece of legislation in particular is trying to address that and trying to offer a workaround for government in order to address those shortfalls. Again, not in a critical way, not in a finger-pointing way, in a way that is meant to be collaborative. It's meant to help offset what is already happening, and really meant to try and alleviate some of the stresses that I know so many people that talk to me are feeling day in and day out. Thank you.
You got nobody else?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to take long. I certainly recognize why the member opposite tabled this, and I appreciate him spelling that out today. We know there's many issues. We have many programs that are out there. I just want to talk a little bit about a few of the programs. A little chatter back and forth with the previous Minister of Energy, and certainly recognize the fact that previous governments had started other initiatives. The Mi'kmaq heating program, which the previous minister did start, but as government, we were very pleased to build on that and expand it out even further to allow that project, when we took over as government, to allow that project to come to fruition. This is very much a recognition that we know Nova Scotians are in a very much difficult time financially wise right now, and we also recognize that the 140 million that we did invest in the energy programs in December, thank you, it's a program that is seeing huge success. I heard a little bit of chatter back and forth about the backlog that Efficiency One is seeing right now because of the program. So this does tell us that the programs that are announced are a success. Because Nova Scotians that want it are now put on a waiting list, and we are trying to work with efficiency to overcome the burdens that they're feeling. What can we do as a government to assist in that process? And certainly the need for other programs. So while I was in Ottawa this week meeting with my counterpart, this was one of the discussions as well. How do we expand on not just the heat pump program, but efficiency programs, period. So certainly in collaboration with my counterpart at the federal level, very encouraged to hear that there's interest to carry on conversations. What more programs can we put in place for Nova Scotians? What other spectrums or missing stakeholders are not being receiving of these efficiency programs, whether it's a low-income free heat pump or whether it's the $5,000 for efficiency program retrofits. How do we make sure that every Nova Scotian that wants to do their part has an ability to take part in some of these programs? So as we move forward with the affordability plan, with the clean energy plan, certainly the comments opposite are certainly heard. We are doing what we can right now with the ability that we have. We want to do more, and as we do consultation with our federal counterparts, we will do what is able, and certainly assist Efficiency Nova Scotia in whatever we can to take that wait list and reduce that. We want to see that as quick as possible. We want to see that program utilized 100%. Same as the previous minister wants to see the Mi'kmaq heat pump initiative fulfillment and utilized to its 100%. These aren't programs that were just thrown out there. These are funds, and I know Nova Scotians are listening, these are funds we want you to apply for. These are programs that we know that are needed to help us get to a cleaner, affordable energy utilization, and I certainly don't think this is cross-party lines. This is something that all Nova Scotians want. So certainly appreciate the information that's been shared here today. Certainly want to let the members opposite know as minister I'm listening and always looking how I can improve the programs that are being developed now, even programs that might have been put there before the previous minister, and but improve on those as well. And not for the party, not for the government, but for all Nova Scotians. So thank you very much for the few minutes.
Minister.
I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Just closing comments before I close out. I want to concur with the minister, some of his comments. I had the privilege of working with that staff for a number of years, and you saw a lot of great initiatives come out of there, and it's really crossed across multiple party lines over multiple governments. So he's absolutely right, and I do want to give a shout out to the folks in that department who were colleagues of mine for 3 years, and they're really great people. So I'm going to close out on bill number 345, and I'm going to call. I'm just going to call it so next, Bill 335, Income Tax Act, an act to amend to reduce income tax.
I would ask the member, are you moving to adjourn debate?
Yes, sorry, Madam Speaker, I should have known that. I'm moving to adjourn debate on Bill 345.
The motion is to adjourn debate on bill number 345. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize for the confusion there. I'd like to now call Bill 335, Income Tax Act, an act to amend to reduce income tax.
Bill number 335, Income Tax Act, an act to amend to reduce income tax. I now recognize the honourable member for North Side Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand today and talk about the bill to reduce income taxes for Nova Scotians. As we know, we're in a cost of living crisis here in Nova Scotia. We're the only province in Canada that's yet to address income tax bracket creep. Any slight increase that people get in increased salary goes to taxes and puts them potentially in another tax bracket, which then, of course, puts less money in their pockets at a time when folks really need that money. As a matter of fact, an average of $635 per family, which is significant, Madam Speaker, given the fact that gas costs more, food costs more, living in general costs more. People are struggling at home and in Nova Scotia to pay for their prescriptions, to pay to keep their families healthy. So this is a simple, very easy fix, indexing the tax brackets to inflation, which will help Nova Scotians keep more in their pockets. So as a government, the government is receiving basically a windfall on the backs of Nova Scotians. As an example, if we use the recent $10,000 bonus that was paid out to nurses this year, which is a wonderful thing to keep nurses and attract new nurses, but it probably puts the nurses in the new tax bracket, which means more of that gets taken away. So if it's 10,000 bonus, they might end up with 5 or 4. You know, it's hard for people to make ends meet. So we give away money and we give settlements for wage, and then we take it back through the provincial income tax system. We've seen in the last number of years significant surpluses in this province. Granted, the minister indicates that we're not quite sure what those surpluses might be, but we've seen significant swings from potential deficits through to significant surpluses. So if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would bet that we're probably going to see another surplus this year. So it would be wonderful to put some of that surplus back in the hands of Nova Scotians simply by indexing those income tax brackets to inflation. Last year, I think Nova Scotia had a 7.5% inflation rate, which was one of the highest in Canada. PEI has recently just indicated that they've moved forward with indexing into income tax brackets. They were with us. They were the only other province not in compliance. And so here we are. We're the only province in Canada that is left with this archaic system. You know, and we talked about the senior care grant. The senior care grant today, in one of my questions, we talked about the fact that by not indexing the income limit for that, some Nova Scotians seniors were left out. It's a simple fix. It's just indexing to the inflationary rate, or indexing to, in that case, you could index it to the raise, but it all ties back. So if we don't index the senior care grant income limit, and we don't index the income tax brackets, it's a double-edged sword for Nova Scotians. They're getting taxed at a higher level as their income rises. They move throughout those tax brackets. And as their income rises, they're then not eligible for specific programs that can help alleviate some of those costs. Another example would be the heating assistance rebate program, of which is designed to help Nova Scotians, but it's reduced from last year. So Nova Scotians that are depending on this help from their government, it's not there. It's reduced by 40% over last year. And we all know that, yes, the government indicated that last year it was a one-time payment, but things have not changed in this province in that year. We're still facing the highest inflation. We're still facing a large cost of living. Not only are we reducing the amount, but we're also reducing the threshold. So this is another example where Nova Scotians are getting squeezed out of the system. So as they receive modest increases through their employment, they're penalized at the income tax bracket level, they're penalized at the heating assistance rebate level because they may have qualified last year. So now you take $1,000 that they got last year out of their pocket, add another $635 because the income tax brackets are not tied to inflation. We're leaving Nova Scotians behind. Nova Scotians are falling through the cracks. They're not seeing improvement in their day-to-day lives. And it also affects the amount that they're able to, their disposable income that they're able to spend. So when thinking about, making that purchase, so from a small business, from going and buying that new car, or purchasing another item for the family, or when we look at activities for the children, all of these things come into effect because they're not able to achieve them because they have to pay their taxes. It's one thing in Nova Scotia that we expect is people to pay their taxes. But when we're gouging them by simply not indexing the tax brackets and moving them along, Nova Scotians, and in a time when there's no inflation, it's not as big a deal. And the time, back a number of years ago when the raises were at, 0 and 1%, we all remember those times. It's not moving people higher in those tax brackets, so their disposable income is staying somewhat the same. Their take-home is staying the same. Today, when everything costs more, and the raises that we're seeing from employers are significantly higher, which means they're moving faster through the income tax brackets. So when you look at an average family losing $600 a year because the brackets are not indexed, that's significant. They have to work a lot of hours to make that kind of money. It's a a month's worth of groceries for some families. It's half a tank of oil during the winter months. So I think that, that we should really take a look at this bill, or come up with your own bill. But for the sake of Nova Scotians, I urge you to please take a second sober look at this bill and to look at adjusting the income tax brackets to the inflation rate. Let's give Nova Scotians a break that they truly deserve, and let's do the right thing here. The right thing is to join in with the rest of Canada and make our citizens as whole as can be. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to say a few words because I'm curious to see what the government has to say about this. I think that there are obvious downsides to being a jurisdiction that is more highly taxed than others. I think the member has enumerated those well. But I also think it's important to look at what we're talking about here. So from the perspective of our party, who has put forward over the past couple of years in particular a number of programs to deal with the inflationary pressures we're under, the benefit of indexing tax brackets, I think it is important to note, would be concentrated at the high end of earners. So households earning under $23,000 a year, no benefit. $23,000 to $33,000 a year, $19 over a 5-year period. Middle and high income earners also would see a moderate increase. So those making $70,000 to $80,000 a year, maybe some of those nurses we were talking about, we're talking about a savings of about $50 a year. So I think, again, we do want to be in concert with other provinces. We don't have a problem with it per se, but of course our focus is on a progressive tax system so that people who can best bear it pay the taxes. And you know, the reason that we feel that way is because we understand, and I've heard the finance minister speak to this, that that revenue is important, and then that revenue helps the government to do the work it needs to do. The challenge in this particular circumstance is that the current government spends those revenues with almost no oversight. And so it makes it very difficult for us to understand if they are in fact doing the work that Nova Scotians need most. So we go through a budget process every spring. And then, I've heard ministers say, oh, the opposition likes to attack us for appropriations. Over $1 billion in spending outside of the budgetary process is not democratic. Mm-hmm. Bills that we have now before this legislature are doing things that are reducing the democratic nature of the way that we conduct our business. And so I know that this bill doesn't directly deal with that, but I think it's important because I think that as a party, we do believe that tax revenue is important. We do believe in a social safety net. We do believe in making sure that government can provide people, that when we push for housing, we're also saying, yes, we understand government needs revenue to provide that, and they should. When we talk about the need for better health care, we understand that revenues are required for that, but we also believe that that goes hand in hand with transparency, and the transparency is what we don't see. And so that is challenging. And I think that if we wanted to cut straight to the chase in terms of actually helping people with the revenues we have, we could do it by things like a universal school food program. We could do it by unfreezing income assistance rates. We could do it by you know, any number, the affordable income tax credit, this is something that has been shown to help people immensely. It's a credit, it's not a rebate, and you know, at the front end, it's hugely helpful to people who have a challenge in meeting their bills. So I think that, you know, these are important issues. I think that these are issues that were not dealt with during the 8 years that the Liberals were in power, and certainly could have indexed tax rates but didn't. They're not being dealt with now. And, you know, as to whether that's something we need to do, again, if we are talking in particular, you know, the one compelling argument I heard was about attracting healthcare workers to this jurisdiction. We need workers. We have labor force issues. If we want to attract physicians, if we want to attract people, we have to have a competitive environment in which to do that. We understand. But we also think that if we're really talking about the cost of living and we're really talking about helping working families, seniors, people who need that help, that there are a number of bills on the order paper that we have put forward over the last couple of years that we think might be a more direct path. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not surprised the NDP weren't exactly stampeding to put money back in taxpayers' pockets. So I noted the remarks were quite short. I also note, Madam Speaker, that the member talked about money being approved outside of the budgetary process, but this very process was put in place by an NDP government. So I'll move to the, so I think I've highlighted how opposition parties sometimes in government, they do one thing, and once they get in opposition, they try to say, we should do something different, Madam Speaker. And I'll say the same thing about the Liberals now. What an epiphany, Madam Speaker. Here's a party that was in office just months ago, and they had the chance to do it, Madam Speaker, and they never indexed tax brackets, Madam Speaker. So, and I can see how important it is to all of them over there right now, on their faces over there.
Order. I know, we just have a few minutes left. It's tough, I realize, but the Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
So, Madam Speaker, I can see how important it is on all of their faces over there. In 2018, when the Liberal Party was in power, when they reviewed this matter in great detail, they chose not to index tax brackets. It's sort of like the Liberal carbon tax. Their deal with the federal government only lasted 3 years. If it was such a wonderful deal, why hasn't it lasted longer? So I think some of these things, Madam Speaker, ring hollow now that the NDP and the Liberals are in opposition. And they're kind of, I think, the reason why some people lose faith in voting and in politics, because they hear one thing when a party's in government and another when they're in opposition. Madam Speaker, I will not speak against the idea of adjusting tax brackets to provide tax relief, because I believe that is something many people would like to see. But I believe most of those same people want us to fix the healthcare system. Both are valuable goals for government. Fixing the healthcare system is our priority for Nova Scotians at this time, because we believe it to be their priority. Look at the state of healthcare when this government was elected 2 years ago. Gosh, I've only got about 2 minutes here, Madam Speaker. I'm going to have to save that for another day. I'm going to have to trim this speech. But at some point, I'm going to bring those points up. I'm sure they'll give me another opportunity. So, Madam Speaker, if we have to choose, and we have to, there's only so much capacity for spending or tax relief. We are choosing to fix health care. And I was going to talk about all the things we've invested in health care, but I've got to trim the speech even further. And I would say health care, when you are the person who needs it, is more important than indexed tax brackets. It should be noted, indexing of tax brackets has limited benefit for people at lower income levels. It does benefit anyone earning incomes above the next tax bracket for that extra or marginal income they are earning. Our focus in this time of higher inflation, higher interest rates, has been to help people most in need with targeted supports. And I was going to list those, Madam Speaker, but I don't have time to do that, so I have to trim the speech even further. Yes, Nova Scotians are paying for those targeted supports, but we know people are getting something for that. Those most in need are getting money in their pockets. Madam Speaker, our economy has performed better than expected, and we've had revenues that were unexpected. And we could have let them go on the debt. We could have given tax relief, but we chose to spend that money on the very things the opposition is looking for. Things like health care, housing, targeted supports, and helping people whose personal lives have suffered because of extreme weather events. Nova Scotia's government has been there for them. Which of these four things will the Liberals or NDP give up to index tax brackets? I do not believe they would give any of them up, because question period after question period, they've been asking us to do those very four things. They can't have it both ways. The Liberals did have the chance just months ago. They chose not to index tax brackets.
The time allotted for debate on Bill number 335, Income Tax Act, an act to amend to reduce income tax, has elapsed. Pursuant to Rule 22, the debate is deemed to be adjourned. I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Thursday, October 19th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 9 p.m. Government business will include Committee of the Whole House on bills number 320, 321, 322, 323, 327, and 329. Second reading of Bill 340, and second reading of private and local bills number 351 and 348.
Thank you. We now rise to adjourn for today, and we'll sit between the hours of 1 to 9 for Thursday, October 19th. Oh, yeah. I move that we adjourn. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I move that we adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. Thank you so much.